Well, it's great to be back, isn't it? And ECN back on deck in season 2025, starting with that exciting 3 days in Portugal. Portugal getting the chocolates in the end yesterday. It was very, very exciting. Back in Malta though here, and we have just over 2 weeks of action starting with the T20I Tri-Series. Malta playing host to Austria and Hungary. I'm Mr. Maximo. Welcome to Malta. This is the ECN Malta T20I Tri-Series and it starts right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It's going to be a huge season in European cricket in 2025. Bit of a fresh new look, and I'm sure we're going to have plenty of that traditional ECN action, of course, normally in the fast-paced T10 format, but there's another format we are showing, of course, today, which is the T20 format. It's the format that's revolutionised the cricket world over the last couple of decades, and we have a tri-series here between the hosts Malta as well as Hungary and Austria. We're here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. Conditions pretty nice at the moment. Cooler time of year in Malta, expecting a maximum temperature of about 15 degrees. A little bit of overnight rain here as well, which has made the field kind of a little bit wet, but as we know in Malta, it does dry out very quickly, and I can't wait to get going. So the first match is Hungary taking on the host Malta. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, we have first match for the Tri-Nation series between Hungary and Malta. Hungary is a home team, Malta is away team. Hungary will flip the coin. So here's the coin. Malta will call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and head it is.
We're gonna bowl first.
So Malta won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
In the middle with the two captains, and it is the home side, Varun Prasad, captaining the side, winning the toss and electing to field. Well, there's some pictures from Malta. It is a beautiful part of the world. Of course, we've had many tours here with European Cricket Network over the past few years. It's got a kind of unique kind of architecture about it. It's certainly a wonderful place to come visit. I do recommend that you come visit as well. That looks like one of the many coastlines around the island. You can probably hear in the background the birds are certainly full of song this morning as well. So Malta winning the toss and electing the field. Firstly, before we get going, big hello to everyone. It's really nice to be back on the microphone for ECN after, well, it's 6 weeks of 2024, but it's not our first game of the season on ECN because we did start with 3 days in Portugal. And how good did that Porto ground look? And I've heard a lot of things about it. I'm a little bit jealous actually that Rico got to go, and apparently they had a very, very good time there. And look, the action from Portugal isn't finished yet either, because we have the night series starting tonight with Phil G there standing by. And it's going to be a big day of cricket. So we have 2 T20 matches here, 2 T20 internationals from Malta, and then we have 2 T10 domestic matches tonight. So it's going to be a huge day. It's a proper Monday. This is, you know, we had the soft launch over the weekend. This is kind of the hard launch here on a Monday morning. So this is Portugal versus Spain. This is from yesterday. So that's not the fantasy dashboard that we're after. But I do have some team news for you. I can let you know that we have Abhitesh Prashar, who is the captain of Hungary for this series, but they do have the likes of Sheikh Razik, who knows had a very, very good 12 months. He's an excellent player. They've got Tajendra Valivartha behind the stumps. Zimas Deploy listed to open the batting for Hungary, so I think we'll see him pretty shortly. And you could see some young players in there. I mean, Zimas is still pretty young, but Matty Ainsworth is in there for Hungary. Zishan Kukikel listed to open as well. So, yeah, they're the live pictures from Malta. And I want to say well done to the whole Portugal crew over the weekend. Wasn't it interesting to see, basically, you had kind of a Spain A side there. Which, in the end, I think the games were split 3-3 if you take into account both series. But I think that a lot of learnings were done there. Still very early in the European season, of course. Afi Khan behind the stumps for Malta today. Certainly in this game, Malta actually have the double header. I'll be curious to see if maybe they go for Chanjol Sudasanan behind the stumps sometimes as well. He's also a very, very good keeper. There's the marksman, David Marks. You're speaking to David earlier. I asked him, does he have the mongoose in his bag? He does have, I think maybe one of the only mongooses still in existence. And we have seen him use in ECS cricket, of course. Marksy, at this level, is used primarily as a bowler. Is listed to bat number 11, so if he does have to bat, maybe that's going to be a bit concerning for Malta. But yeah, quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. And it's just me flying solo today, but Tina Goff will be here with me tomorrow. And yeah, you might have seen on social media, Tina's becoming a regular member of the ECN commentary team this year. Now, Hungary, interesting they're 54% favourites. I think this could be a very, very close game. It's probably about right. The Hungary slight favourites. Ready to go here in this T20I Tri Series in Malta. Marks to Abbas Ghani, who's going to belt the first ball up in the air. It should be a wicket. It's dropped. Well, what a start to this game. You would not have thought that was going to happen. Jaspal Singh, late addition to the Malta squad. It was a dead sitter, really. Ghani, we know he plays his cricket at one pace, and that's fast. Opens the batting for Budapest Blinders, and anyone that thought that T20 international cricket was going to be at a more pedestrian pace than your normal offering on ECN, well, that kind of might change your mind. Zimas Deploy, probably wonders what he's seen first ball, but that really is a statement of intent from Hungary that they're going to attack this power play. 6 over power play, of course. Deploy with a more orthodox shot. Belts it, knocked down partially in the infield. Jaspal Singh has the ball following him. What a start. Yeah, so hello to everyone in the chat. No time for pleasantries at the moment. Ghani, see if he's scared straight. Well, not really. It's short, it's on the hip and it's turned away, and that's going to be 4. Slightly longer boundaries here, but it's still pretty short. Square here at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. 4 carreras, and we're away. So, yeah, hello Dave, nice to see you in the chat. I saw Steve Masterson in there saying good evening from New Zealand. Hello, Steve. Great to have you with us. Hello to Rob Thompson. Also from New Zealand, Terry Richmond from Australia. We've got Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia. He's been doing some great work as well over the Christmas break. Hello to you. It's just going to be wide of the mark and called, but yeah, not a bad idea. The wicket's kind of worth a bit more in the 20 over game, especially early on. Almost getting a little edge out of Garney. Hello to Lee as well. Lee Tuck's on the chat. Sam Houghton's in the chat. Yeah, apparently he'll be turning out for the Coimbra Knights in the night series pretty shortly. Kind of grabs him up. Some hesitation. They're going to go the long way. Living dangerously early on. You might notice that you might get a bit more background noise in the commentary today. That's just due to a slight technical issue we've got here in the box. We're on the reserve microphone. He just would have made it home there. Hello to Ian as well from the Premier League Cricket Club. Also doing some great stuff. I loved his work with the victorious England 11 women's team as well. Some interesting takes. That's a bit of the pad knocked down by Afia Khan. They will get a leg by. And a big hello to Rajbir as well. Christopher Ward said he's going to be lurking today, but we're happy that you're lurking with us. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful ground here. I will say that, in case you missed it earlier, there was some overnight rain, but we know that even if it doesn't rain here, they put a lot of water into this field to keep it looking so green. So that's not that unusual that it's slightly kind of spongy underfoot earlier in the day, and the sun normally kind of dries that out. That one's lifted up, and that's going to go a long, long way. I think that's gone for 6. We might have a look at that. We could be looking at my first Maximo of the year. It has gone easily for 6. Maximo! And not the last time I'll be saying that in season 2025. That was an outstanding strike. So in the end, it'll be 15 off the first over. And Hungary really, especially with Garney, playing this like a T10. And I actually think that's quite clever when you look at their batting lineup. They're not short of batting. They've listed Sheikh Razik at 3. Tahir Safi at 4. They've got Zishan up their sleeve as well. And there's Mahmood in there. So it's really, they're not short of batting. So they're obviously saying, look, Abbas, you go out there and take the game on. And if you get out, and you could have been out first ball, that's a risk we're willing to take. And we don't feel we'll run out of batting. Hello to Pandey as well, and hello to Charlie. He says he misses Malta. Well, Charlie, what's the weather like in your part of the world? Yeah, Charlie's done a lot of commentary here in Malta, including that Valletta Cup. I think that was his proper ECN debut back in 2022. Charlie, of course, he's moved on to a regular position, I think, with Leicestershire in the UK. So that's fantastic, Charlie, and we're always happy to see you in the chat. I guess Charlie will just now become a lurking while working regular. That's my hope anyway, and I think we'll hear some of Charlie during the year. Okay, Wasim Abbas looks like he's ready to bowl. Over number 2. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs as well. Jeff's asking, is the night series at the same ground as the weekend games? Hello to Jeff, by the way. No, it's at Coimbra. The reason is that Porto, beautiful as it is, but it doesn't have lights. So the Coimbra ground will be used again. We have had night series there, definitely 21, 22, definitely last year as well. So yeah, he's obviously going to be tuning in for that. I will be tuning in for that as well. Match times for that. Let you know in a minute, so I don't give you the wrong info. As deploy gets beaten outside the off stump first up by Wasim Abbas. Wasim, very experienced campaigner. He took a hat-trick was here previously in T20 international cricket. He's a bit of a veteran. Yeah, the match time's tonight. The first match is 6 p.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 p.m. in India, the night series. Beaten again, there's Zemus deploy. Zemus has been playing a very good level of cricket in South Africa, which is where he plays his cricket in the southern summer. Zemus is also going to be part of the Western Shield squad for the European 11, which is coming up just over 2 weeks. And isn't that just a huge story? We kind of broke it at the end of last season, in case you missed it. It was revealed over the break. Driven down the ground, hit hard into the ground. That'll test the outfield. It will just get there despite the efforts of Eldos Matthew. Ends up in the jungle. Cuatro carreras, really solid shot there. That one was just a little bit fuller than the two that beat Zemus deploy. Just got a little bit of a sneak step, didn't he, before he laid into that one. Probably made it seem a bit fuller than it was. Almost took out his batting partner, Abbas Ghani. Results 4 runs. Throws this a bit wider, but it's too wide and it will be called. And Charlie said he's actually looking for a new club this year, of course. Yeah, back in the UK pretty much full time. So, yeah, Charlie, bring the best offers. The umpiring crew today, Shanaka Fernando from Italy, as well as Venkatesh Sridhara and Vinay Malhotra, you saw already. Seems okay. Zemus lets it go through to the keeper. Zemus really had breakout kind of ECC last year. Not that he hadn't been an influential player before that. Of course, brother of Laos deploy. Maybe when Laos is in the team, Zemus kind of takes a back seat a little bit, but I think, you know, his time's coming and he's a great platform over the next few weeks to do that here on ECN. He's bowled. Well, give a guy a rap. He tries to go across the line there. It's a big wicket. Wasn't really on there for Zemus deploy, and Abbas, well, he's back. Oh. He might have retired more times than John Farn and Wazim Abbas, but he's back and he gets a big wicket. It's not a great shot from Zemus deploy. He tries to go across the line, maybe kind of baited into that with the big gap in the outfield, but Zemus a huge early blow. He's the first wicket of the series, and Hungary are 20 for 1. Maybe just a build-up of pressure there from Wazim Abbas. We saw him beat him twice outside the off stump. And a nice drive down the ground from Zemus. But this one, I don't know whether it's premeditated or not, but a ball that hits the off stump, and a player as good as Zemus deploy, that's one that he has to play with a straight bat. He just didn't do it. Zishan Kukakel, such a destructive hitter, coming in at number 3. Charlie saying, yeah, lurking whilst working. Who would have thought the day would come? Well, that's what your life's come to, Charlie. But no, honestly, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Big thanks to Charlie for his outstanding contributions as a regular member of the ECN commentary team over the last couple of years. And wishing him all the best. Like I said, we're still friends. So it's great to see Charlie here. Zishan turns this away. He's about to, maybe in these conditions, not that keen. That's Chanjal Sudasanan, who's a very good wicket keeper. Actually seen him wicket keeping a lot for Malta. Afi Khan's being used in that position, but Chanjal, as we found out last year as well in the ECS, he's a very good outfielder. He kind of owned the deep backward point region last year in the ECS. That'll be the end of the over. And the score is 21 for 1 after 2. So, 2 overs down. David Marks continues. Pretty well bowled first up. Pretty early call from Ghani at the non-striker, then gets through for the single. So, I know we'll have a bit of time together today, but yeah, let us know what you've been up to over the weekend. I got to admit, I saw a fair bit of the Portugal series. I was a bit of a lurker because I was busy preparing. I was travelling as well. I wasn't in the chat a lot. So hello to Gary Dobbs, who's watching from London. Hello to Beverly as well, who's pretending to work. She's a lurker while pretending to be working. I love it, Beverly. Where are you watching from? Fraction short, lays into it, and he's going to get 6. Maximo! Ghani, if you missed it, he was dropped off the very first ball of the innings. But one thing about these Malta boundaries, and okay, you can put the straight ones back a little bit, but the square ones, they're really not a lot more than the ECS boundaries anyway. And we've seen a lot of balls going into the archery range back there. We've seen a lot of balls obviously go into the jungle. And so I think the players are pretty confident they can clear those boundaries, albeit they may be a couple of metres longer. But yeah, I actually think that they're about ECS at square. Mark's getting a little bit of a talking to from Eldos Matthew, a little wag finger saying, look, don't bowl short to this guy. I think that's the thing with Ghani. You want to try and draw him forward into a mistake. I mean, you've got a real kind of window of opportunity here. Deploy is a different kind of a player, I suppose, to a lot of the other batters around him. And the fact that you have been able to remove him. The others suffer a little bit from, I suppose, being over impetuous. The players do play a lot of T20 cricket at the domestic level. Obviously, we don't see them playing a lot of it on ECN, but obviously it's a format that it does get played widely in Europe, domestically. This one is fuller. It's kind of clipped off the toes. Ghani will get a single. One thing about this Malta International Cricket Ground as well that I really like is that they've got the really long artificial surface. It's about 50 metres from end to end. So that's kind of the 20 metres of the pitch and about 15 metres each side for the keeper to stand or for the bowl runner. And that really makes a big difference. Especially early in the day when it can be a little bit damp in some parts of the field. Pitched up and driven. 100% timed. Slight fumble and it's going to allow them a second run. They'll have to hustle. It's Eldos Matthew there who he fumbled what he should have taken the first time. Hello to Adosh Yadav. Nice to see you. Hello to Stefan Gooch as well. Hey, Steph. Good to see you over the weekend in Portugal. I want to know, I've got a question for you, Steph. How did you go handling a 20-over game? And I had a question. Is it the first 20-over game you've actually umpired? Testing the conditioning. Slow ball. Pretty well located from Marks. Hello to Helix as well. Great to see you. Helix and BG is in the chat as well. We've got a good crowd, don't we? Tuning in. Yeah, Malta. A little bit expensive early, but I think they'd be happy where they are, considering they do have the wicket of Seamus deploy. There's plenty of danger men in that batting lineup. Another slow ball this time, but he loses it down the leg side. Yeah, and look, that's the thing with European cricket. Spread the word. I mean, we've got lots of fans outside Europe, of course, that have found a connection with the game, which is a relatable format, I think. It's not a professional game, but it is certainly very, very entertaining. A lot of characters. Well, this is a tight single. One stumped to aim at, wasn't able to hit it. And it will be the end of the over. So Marks ends up going for 12 off that one, and the score is 33 for 1. Had to hustle. I suppose at least they didn't hesitate. It was pretty much straight to the fielder. Subu George had a ping. I actually think it probably would have got him if it had hit, but it will be the end of the over. 33 for 1 after 3. We're halfway through this power play. Malta winning the toss and electing to field this morning. Of course, this Malta International Cricket Ground is part of the Malta Sports Club, which is a fantastic multi-sport complex. You'll be seeing plenty of it over the next couple of weeks. There's golf, there's a fantastic pool and games area, function area, there's squash as well, and there's paddle. And pickleball apparently is here now, I was told. Tennis, which you can see a couple of tennis courts just outside deep mid-wicket as Abbas comes back and he gets driven out to mid-wicket, driven very hard, and that's going to be 4. That's well hit by Zishan Kukikal. And Zishan's a guy, he's made big scores in T20 internationals, and he's the kind of guy who can really dominate a game if he gets going. Hit that one towards the fielder, but yeah, Darsha Patanka, the tank, couldn't do anything about it. Hungary confirmed from 54% up to 63% now. This one's hit, and it's knocked actually away from the other fielder, but Sudasan pretty quick to jump on it. I like that Helix is saying it's a little bit weak that the bowlers get the run up artificial. He said it's much more fun having to negotiate a concrete edge and these guys get it easy. We'd expect that. This is an international game. And yeah, I actually really like the selection of teams here as well. I think they're all going to give us competitive contests. It's well fielded that time. Dot balls have been kind of few and far between lately. Hungary, maybe a blessing in disguise to be sent in here. Down leg side. I think it might have taken a bit of the pad. It was kind of half a shout, but I think no doubt there wasn't any bat involved. If he can't move quickly to get down there. Fraction short goes for the pull in the air, just over the fielder. Eldos Matthew will come back for 2. Ghani, oh, a bit of a slip there towards the end. But Ghani has been very, very attacking. That's his game. And I like that he's just been given the license here. Just to play his natural game. Really trying to make the most of his power play before the field goes back. Last ball of the over. Thick inside edge. They decide to go. Again, the running's been pretty positive as well, like what I've seen from Hungary so far. That's the end of the 4th. 41 for 1. Abbas going for 8 off the over, including the 1 boundary. Partnership developing, even with the, I suppose, the shot of Zima's deploys. I wonder if that's because he's been giving instructions to be aggressive, or maybe it was just kind of a little bit of a poor choice. But yeah, Hungary certainly playing the kind of game that we've seen them play at their home ground, the GB Oval, which can be a very, very high scoring ground at times. Just looking at where these teams are on the rankings, Malta is 71 currently in the world and Hungary is 75, so they're really pretty close together. Well, that one's hit, 1 bounce, almost creates a run out, but once again they take off straight away and they get away with it. Yeah, so Austria, who are in this series as well, are ranked 47 in the world. So kind of based on that, you would imagine that Austria would be favourites. Probably how I read it coming in as well. But I mean, we saw Malta and Austria have a really competitive series here in the ECI format. And there will be an ECI, by the way, at the end of the week between these three teams. Bowled him! And it's Jaspal Singh who comes in and he gets the big wicket of Zishan Kukika. It was pitched up. It's the second time this morning we've seen a Hungarian go across the line and pay the price. Second wicket falls and Hungary 42 for 2. Jaspal's a good player. This is really all it is it's pitched up. Maybe it straightens a little bit down the line. Zishan bangs himself in the head twice. And for good reason, because that's a ball that he had to play with a straight bat, even though I know he likes to kind of bring that bottom hand into play. But Jaspal brought on with immediate success. To see the head here, the head kind of dropping away to the leg side, and Zishan, so destructive, but he will go for just 10. Excellent piece of bowling from Jaspal. It might have just straightened down the line a touch, but I really think it was a poor choice to shot again. Given the fact there's still over 15 overs to go in this innings, and Zishan's probably set for a big score. But look who's coming in, Sheikh Razik. Wasn't he incredible in season 2024 for the Cobras, his club, but also for Team Hungary. Batting 4 here, facing up to Jaspal. And well, that's how you do negotiate a ball on the stumps. Made it with a straight bat, happy to keep it out. Hungary have played here before, but I don't think since T20 Internationals became official in 2019. I think it was just before that. Takes it on, up and over, mid-off. This is going to plug. And we'll come back for 2, even though looks like Ghani's dropped his bat. Yeah, it's interesting as well that Razik feels comfortable enough to go after this shot. I don't think Malta will mind this at all. Because if he times that slightly worse, then you're looking at you're looking at a 3rd wicket and another big top order wicket. Jaspal being brought on from the golf course end. And that's after Marks bowled 2 overs for 25 from that end. Interesting to see if they keep Wasim Abbas going at the other end. He's got 1 for 14 off 2. I just have a feeling they will. Afi Khan comes up to the stumps. Hit straight over the bowler's head. This one I think will make the journey to the boundary. Razik once again showing an ability to hit the ball in the air but safely. Again, if he doesn't get that quite right, maybe it's a return catch. I think that Malta, they just feel they're kind of 1 or 2 wickets away from breaking this game wide open. Forces the field change, interesting. I'm not so sure I would have done that. I think I would have encouraged him to go again and hope for a mistake, and have pushed Eldos Matthew back now. Last ball of the 5th. Just forces Slick Razik back onto the back foot. He'll get a single to keep the strike. Very good over there from Jaspal Singh. 1 for 8 and the score 49 for 2 after 5. Remember, Jaspal Singh was the guy that put down Abbas Ghani first ball. It was a Class A goober really to start the season, and he put it down. This is a look at our tour of Malta. So yeah, we're starting here with this T20I Tri-Series with these 2 teams, Malta, Hungary, and also Austria, who we'll see this afternoon. Those 3 teams will also play an ECI, which is a T10 International Series on Thursday and Friday, the final on Friday afternoon. And then from Saturday, we get into our first European Cricket Series, or day series, for the year in Malta, with 10 teams doing battle over 11 days. The 11th day's finals day, Rico Full will be with me to start the ECS on Saturday. So, yeah, really looking forward to that as well. So, we've kind of got the Tour of Malta perfectly synchronised with the Portugal Night Series, which starts tonight. It's also 3rd to the 18th of February. So that means every day you'll get kind of 80 overs of cricket here, and then you get 2 games in Malta at night. So you can settle into your routine over the next couple of weeks. I'll be here today, but I'll be here tomorrow as well. But Tina will be with me tomorrow. Rico will do the first day of ECS, then I have a little bit of a mini break just to kind of plan and prepare for the Western Shield, which is coming up on the 19th of February. So yeah, it all kind of dovetails perfectly. The 18th of February will be the end of our Malta tour and our Portugal tour. Oh, that was hit straight. I think that was a chance. I would like to see a second look at this. Did he hit it into the ground? I thought it was just straight up. Yeah, it was. And it's kind of blasted the fingertips. But yeah, it's Sobu George who's come out, so they didn't continue with Wazim Abbas. I mean, it's got to go down as a chance, but it's a very, very difficult chance. It was hit very hard from Ghani, who does hit the ball hard. Wazim with a bit of advice. I think with Wazim, he's also pretty good at the end of the inning, so that's another reason maybe they don't want to kind of bowl him out here. Might be able to hear the golf course getting mowed behind me. That one's belted, and that will be 4. So Ghani really cracking it. No, Jaspal to get the big wicket of Zishan Kukakel, but I think every time Abbas clubs a boundary, it'll hurt Jaspal because he knows he should have had him first ball. Should have snared him at cover. Yeah, so Malta and Portugal will finish on the 18th of February. Western Shield starts the 19th, which is, again, something being taken to the next level. We did have a Western Shield last year, 2 teams, which was brilliant success. But the fact that an Asian 11 and a World 11's been put in, and the kind of players we're going to see. I mean, if you didn't know about it already, I mean, we're going to see Kevin O'Brien captaining the British and Irish 11. Comes in towards middle and leg, clipped away. A little bit of a flourish there from Ghani. Very strong bottom hand. That's going to be 4 more. Hungary, despite the loss of a couple of wickets, they are motoring along here in excess of 10 and over. Like the way he kind of opened up his front leg there. Just got a good look at the ball. Very, very good shot from Abbas Ghani. One of the most exciting players on the scene at the moment. This one's a fraction short and he goes after it, and that's going to be 6. Maximo crashes into the top row of the grandstand, and Ghani jumped all over that. It was a fraction short. He was very quick. He used the crease very well. Then look at that bang. Well, certainly has you questioning your life choices if you're putting a hand up for that in the grandstand. But that was a rocket from Ghani out of the ground. Yeah, so yeah, Kevin O'Brien, who would be the icon player for the British and Irish 11. You've got Joe Burns for European 11. Zaid Ajmal for the Asian 11. And Ross Taylor for the World 11. Son won't beat the fielder. It's a rare dot ball. George is over. Goes for 19. Hungary doing the damage on the scoreboard. End of 6. End of the power play. And it's 68 for 2. Stefan Gooch in the chat saying Abbas on fire. The last innings he played, he got 160 off 60. So he's picking up where he left off. Yeah, no doubt. He's been flying here. But like I said, should have been out for a Royal Derek. I have had a few questions about Derek. Where is he? Derek has been having a makeover. And he will be back. He might look a little different. So we'll stay tuned for that. Yeah, have a look at that. 19, the most expensive over of the innings so far. But they're all pretty good overs, aren't they? Hello to Paul Kempen. Nice to see you. Hello to Paul Ainsworth. Paul and Andrea tuning in from Hungary. Great to see you, Paul, and hello to Andrew as well. And I think you'll be very, very proud that Maddie's in the side. Robbie might be around the conversation. Looking forward to getting back to Hungary later on the year. I think it's on the calendar for September. Got some good questions here. Going to spin now, Varun Prasad. He's changed from a medium fast type bowler to bowling more spin, mainly because he keeps breaking his body in half. So this one's a bit easier for him. Kind of rolls out that spin. This is beautifully placed though, and that's going to run away for 4. A little bit of class there from Slick Rosette. Beautifully just kind of carved into that gap, and the fielder, well, thought he was going to get closer but didn't. Good question from Jeff. Well, his first question was, what's the program in Malta this week? Well, hopefully you've seen that now, with 3 days of T20 internationals and 2 days of T10 internationals before we get into the ECS on Saturday. Jeff's asked, did I get 20 games in Australia on my break? I actually did. Got to 1. Oh, tries it again. Did that carry? I had a feeling it did, you know. Yeah, that's a drop. Low down. Not an easy one, but that's Wazim Abbas there. Hit him kind of high, on, like kind of almost on the wrist, didn't it? Hands were lower than they needed to be. Oh, ask the question. Umpire says not out. Exciting stuff here, Afi. Pretty quick to get the bails off, but Sheikh was pretty quick as well to make sure he got that back foot back. Yeah, so I did get to a game. I got to the Perth Scorchers versus Adelaide Strikers. I think it was on the 18th of January. Just before I left Australia. I was there for about 3 weeks actually, visiting family and friends. No fine leg, so he just kind of paddles this round the corner. He'll get 1, thinks of 2. It was Rizik's call, didn't want it. Happy with the 1. Sudasanan very quick to get on it. He's a real live wire. There's Chandel Sudasanan in the field. Also, like I said, I just got a feeling maybe they go with him with the gloves later on to kind of reduce that workload off Afi Khan, who has had a few injuries over the last couple of years. In the air, oh, another one I think might have just gone through the fingertips. Pretty good piece of fielding from the marksman down there. They'll get 2, and they'll almost get 3. But there's no overthrow. Again, it's hard to tell. It's a long way away from us, but just had a feeling that was another opportunity that isn't capitalised on. 2 runs scored. 8 off Prasath's over, and at the end of 7, it's 76 for 2. Yeah, so I did see the Scorchers versus the Strikers. Kept the Scorchers alive, but then Melbourne Stars beat the Hurricanes, which meant that Perth were out of the competition. So a few unhappy fans in my hometown. Well bowled by Prasad. In fact, this is the last ball of the over. It's going to be, because there was that wide to open up. So in fact, that is the end of the over now. So make that 9 off the over, the last one being a bye. 77 walking sticks for 2 after 7. But then one of my good friends and my former teammates, Jason Berndorf, then announced he's making the move to the Melbourne Renegades next year. I think it's, fans were kind of up in arms, but he actually explained it very well on social media, I think. The other thing is, his partner is from Melbourne. Obviously, she's made a big sacrifice. He's been playing in Perth for, must be like 15 years now. And when he started, I was still playing. And Jason's originally from Canberra. So yeah, I just think that he says this way he can still play, but also she can be close to her family, which I think makes perfect sense. He's been a great servant of the Perth Scorchers for really since their inception. Big swing and a miss. They go to spin at both ends now. This is Amar Sharma. So some right arm off spin now. But yeah, keep the questions coming if you want to know what I've been up to on my break. But yeah, really, the last couple of weeks I've been very, very busy preparing for the season. But I did try and have a little bit of a break where I got away. I did enjoy watching some Test cricket and watching some kind of full days, even if it was on TV. There was obviously the Border Gavaskar series, when it was pretty exciting down in Australia, and yeah, even caught a bit of Australia versus Sri Lanka during the week. The women's Ashes, obviously, a lot of talking about that. I caught a fair bit of the women's Ashes as well. And yeah, well, I don't want to upset too many of the English viewers, but it was a bit of a pasting, wasn't it? Turned around the corner. I was excited, but I don't think I really had too much to get excited about. Thought there was a fair bit of bad in it. Ghani race to 43 now. I know Stefan Gooch spent a bit of time in Perth and couldn't quite coordinate our schedules, but I know that Stefan caught a bit. He was around in Melbourne, I think, as well. Kind of clunked down the ground, no real timing. You have to settle for a single. It's been just kind of slowing things down a little bit. Hello to Zishan Arif as well. I wonder if that's Zishan Arif that we might see playing later on for Austria. Aslan's definitely in the squad. Tries to tempt him here. Razik doesn't chase the wide one. A little bit short, takes on the short boundary and wins. Maximo! That was almost right off the facade there. The Master Sports Club side, bouncing back into the field of play. And again, look how deep he goes in his crease there. Almost steps on his stump, so bang! Hits the bottom of the facade of the building, and down it comes. 6 runs, Maximo time. Razik pounced on it. Full toss, Gundy ball really, and that's going to disappear. That's over the roof. It's even bigger. Maximo! Sharma just losing the plot after a good start to his over. The first 4 balls only went for 3, but the last 2 go for 13. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 93 for 2. Asking for trouble and finding it. Disappointing there from Amar Sharma. He did a bit of an unusual thing in an ECS game last year when he had the keeping gloves on. The last ball of the innings was hit straight up. For some reason, he took his gloves off and then dropped the catch. I know he probably remembers that. And there's a look at the scorecard. Ghani dropped first ball, but now he's 44 not out of 21, better than 2 a ball. So is Sheikh Razik's 26 off 12, still batting to come with Prashar. Usman Mohammad's going to bat a bit higher than that, so is Zahir Safi. So, I mean, still batting to come for Hungary. Question from Hillick, did I play any games when I was home? Very good question. I didn't get the chance to play any outdoor cricket, but I did play a fair bit of indoor cricket. You know, they tend to know when I'm in town, and I start getting phone calls. Can you fill in for my team? Can you fill in for my team? But yeah, so I did get to play maybe half a dozen games of indoor cricket while I was away. And that was probably a reminder that we probably need to get in a bit of better shape. Behind the microphone too long. But it was fun. The indoor cricket game, I suppose, it's over in about an hour and a quarter, and they're generally in the evening, whereas it wasn't super easy to put away a whole day on a Saturday. If they had more T10 format in Australia, then I'd definitely be able to play. But yeah, generally it's a longer affair, isn't it? And Jeff Mobb saying he thinks most of the English Ashes women's team will be at Carterbury at the end of the year getting their confidence back. Well, you never know. Not so sure it'll work. Hey, look, everyone has bad series. I mean, you look at the English men's side through the kind of 90s and first half of the 2000s, and eventually changes were made and improvements were made, and yes, obviously there's a bit of a gap between Australia and England right now in the women's game, but generally these things have a way of being cyclical, don't they? And it's just great when you see teams kind of reaching new levels of professionalism. Eventually everyone will follow. That was a nice little bit of work by Marks to pick it up cleanly. Just threw it away to try and scare him out of the run, but staying with Prasath here. Fraction short, jumps all over it. These short square boundaries at Massa are unforgiving on bowlers that do drop it short of a length. Maximo and Ghani is 52 of just 24 balls. What a way to start his season. Carrying that form through. Dropped first ball, but now brings up his half century in 24 balls. 4 4s and 4 6s in there for Abbas Ghani. He's taken Hungary to a good position. Hundreds up as well. Still over 11 overs left in this innings. Prasath. Better ball. Lured him forward, doesn't beat the cover. End of 9, and Hungary flying at the moment, 103 for 2. And going at over 220 pace, actually. The computer's saying 211. That's a big score. You can see that 6 bowlers have been used. It's quite unusual at this stage. Only 9 overs bowled, but yeah, 6 bowlers used. Mixture of pace and spin. Dave, yeah, he's got a good observation. Obviously, we've got a real fresh new look, which I think a lot of people are loving, myself included. But there are a few things, probably with the score, and I noticed this watching on my phone as well, that sometimes it can be a little bit hard to read. So the first one's going to be a wide, as Sharma will continue despite getting banged a couple of times at the end of the last over. I think there'll be a few subtle improvements. I think it's one of those things where it's still in the first week of the season. Got him. It's dragged to the leg side. Marks takes the catch, and the decision to stick with Amar Sharma pays dividends for Malta. Rasic, well, he showed from the very kind of opening stanza of his innings that he was not afraid to hit the ball in the air, and this is one where the bottom hand comes in, doesn't really time it. Checking out the replay. Goes after it, mistimes it. It's in the orbit of Marks, who makes sure he holds on to that one. Nice catch from David Marks, diving to his right. So the partnership is broken, but not before they put on 62 for the 3rd wicket in a touch under 5 overs. But it's the end of Sheikh Razik for 28, and the score is 104 for 3. It's a wicket that Malta needed. That game was rapidly getting out of control. Players will stop to have a drink, as that is a wicket in the 10th over. 16 days until the Western Shield, and we were just talking about it, weren't we? That the Western Shield has been expanded and moved up in the season. It's been moved up to the Carterbury Oval as well. So not only a European side and a British and Irish side, but also an Asian 11 and a World 11 this year. Icon players, so you'll have Kevin O'Brien, who is leading the British and Irish side. Of course, famous Irish international. You have Joe Burns, former Australian Test cricketer, leading Europe. Of course, now he's captaining Italy as well. You will have Saeed Ajmal, the mystery spinner from Pakistan, captaining the Asian 11. And Ross Taylor, the New Zealand superstar, captaining the World 11. It all comes your way. 16 days to go until the Western Shield. 5 days of top-level cricket here on ECN, which leads nicely into the ECL 25. So, yeah, big wicket, and Matty Ainsworth has been sent in. There's a vote of confidence in the young man. He's listed as 11, so in Hungary, I suppose they've got a lot of options with their batting. They do bat all the way down. First one down leg side, pretty well blocked by Afi Khan, but it will be a wide. Oh, he's missed the pitch. It'll be a no ball. Sharma's just had the odd ball that's gone completely wrong. I think in the end, he'll be happy with the results he's had, even though he's gone for a couple of sixes. But the fact he's got sheet receipt, that one just came out all wrong, didn't it? Pushed it a long way to the left. This becomes a free hit then. Can't really get it. Tight single. Very good piece of fielding. Picks up and throws off balance, hits the stumps, but I think Ainsworth just home. Ainsworth takes on often a free hit. You often feel like you should be running no matter what. And obviously, you still can be run out. Excellent piece of fielding. Good umpiring decision as well, though. Ainsworth was home and he gets off the mark. Yeah, but just going back to what we were saying before, probably the scoreline will get a couple of minor tweaks, a couple of minor tune-ups. Just obviously you want to make it easy to read. I think we were spoiled. I think the font that we used previously, it's one of the most readable fonts that you can get. So, yeah, thanks for your patience, Dave. And I've got to say, it wasn't just the old timers that had a problem. I had a few problems myself, working out what over it was, and gets through. So yeah, Sharma, a real mixed bag here. Yeah, I had similar issues trying to work out, is it 6.3 overs or is that 8.3 overs or 5.3 overs? It's pretty important. So Ainsworth will get his second run, pushing gently to the offside. Hello to Jack Morrell, nice to see you. Jack's a bit of a UCP superstar in Hungary. Yeah, like I said, planning to have the Hungarian ECS start of September. Got him. It's end of the road for Ghani. And Sharma just has a bit of a knack, doesn't he? He's removed both the danger men now. That was just pitched up, but it was straight. And Ghani, third Hungarian batter to kind of hack across the line and lose his wicket in doing so. And Ghani disappointed, but this game has certainly turned with those two quick wickets. You see again, a ball that probably could have been kept out even at this stage. Ghani, a bright 53. It could have been all over first ball. But he's given his team a good platform. 4 4s and 4 6s in his 53. And Hungary 109 for 4. That's a good shot of it, actually. And that is the way he plays. And Sharma, a weird over. Actually had 9 balls in it, 2 wides and a no ball off the pitch. But the 9th ball's the charm and gets rid of Ghani. Interesting, Prasad going to go over the wicket to Ainsworth, bowling to him for the first time. And that wicket obviously brought up the halfway point of the innings as well. So 109 off the first half. Now you're feeling if you're Malta, you keep taking these wickets. I mean, like I said, still got batting to come. Zahir Safi's come out at number 6, not facing at the moment. Pitching outside leg stump. Ainsworth just off to a little bit of a sluggish start. So Malta's sensing some opportunity here. They've still got Prashad to bat. He's a top 6 kind of batter, even though he's not batting the top 6 today. From there, you've got Usman Mohammed, you've got Velavati, the keeper. Well, Jacob can be handy, but there's still kind of 1 or 2 genuine bats in there for Hungary. I would say they've got I'd say they've got 8 genuine bats that could easily bat in the top 6 on another day. Safi, we've seen him do some good things, even against top level opposition at the ECC. We've seen him kind of opening the innings or batting 3, so he's batting quite low for him. Ainsworth, I think, slowly running out of patience. Safi batting in the cap. T20 international cricket, so ICC regulations means that if you are facing spin, you don't have to wear the helmet. Of course, ECN regulations, which will apply from Thursday, means you would have to wear the helmet all the time. Actually, everyone, I think, likes the look of batting in a cap. I saw a lot of the Australians in the Sri Lanka Test match batting in the cap, the baggy green. But I think, in ECN cricket, typically in the T10 format, that line between a spinner and not a spinner is sometimes blurred. So I like the blanket kind of rule to wear the helmet no matter what. And the other thing is, even to spinners, even to spinners, you can top edge one into your face. There's a lot of things that can happen. You can get hit by a throw from the field. And I think eventually it'll go that way. This is just glanced away nicely. It won't go all the way. It's a long chase out there. They probably should get 3. Yeah, they will get 3. That's good running from Safi. These boundaries down the ground and behind the keeper, they are a fair bit longer than they would be in ECS cricket. Probably a good kind of 20 metres longer. That's the end of the over. Prasath has bowled 3. He's conceded 24. It's 115 for 4 after 11. Dave B asking, did anyone see Pavel taking on the boxing world champion in the ring? Now, I did not see that. I've been kind of living in a cave for a bit. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. More information, please. Wickets for Wasim Abbas and Jaspal Singh, the seamers, and 2 wickets for Amar Sharma, the off-spinner. Coming at the right time. Hungary, after 9 overs, they're 104 for 3. But the last 2 overs, they lost 2 wickets for 11. That looks pretty close. Whew. We're behind, but I've got to say, yeah, I won't play motion. It's going down the leg side. Yeah, the line of it seemed pretty good to me. Ainsworth knocks this down. Saw Matty Ainsworth playing for the Danubian Kangaroos last year. And he got his teammate Gabo Torak, or the captain Gabo Torak of that side. He's in the squad. He's not in the 11 today. I'm sure we'll see him at some point during the week. Sharma. A funny old spell, hasn't he? But he's had the results. Without those 2 wickets, I think Hungary looked a shoe-in for 200 plus. If you had Ghani and Rasic going big guns for another 6 or 7 overs. Thomas Martinez. Buenos dias, Thomas. Great to see you. You're watching from Madrid, if I'm not wrong. Safi's after him, and he's going to get him. Maximo! Good use of the feet from Zahir Safi. And he was able to judge this one. Launches it up over mid-wicket for 6. He was quick to get on that front foot, wasn't he? Crouch down, slog sweep, and out of here. Slightly risky shot, can go wrong, but that won't rattle Sharma too much. Another one heading up and over the pavilion. Yeah, Thomas saying, very good 2 grounds to start off the season. Loved the Porto ground. Rico loved it there. He certainly did. And the Malta cricket ground is very nice as well. It certainly is here. So, yeah, we are blessed. I know that in Europe it's variable. Goes after this as well. Man, he might have found trouble. No. He's mistimed it well enough that it doesn't reach the fielder. So Safi will take one and retain the strike, and it's the end of 12 overs. Sharma has that one go for just 8, 6 and 2 singles, and the score is 123 for 4 after 12. Yeah, obviously you work with what you work with in Europe. Some grounds they have access to things like water. You know, it sounds obvious, but you know, if you go to Italy, and especially, and we've been there in the north, for example, where you know they due to regulations they can't water the ground, so obviously it doesn't stay very green. All kinds of different grounds that we come across, but the main thing is we love showing the game. Players love playing the game. That's going to find the gap, and that's going to find the boundary. That's going to be 4. So Safi, even though he's batting a spot below Matty Ainsworth, he's kind of playing the senior partner here, I think. Very experienced Zahir Safi. That one goes for 4. Prasath trying to move his fielders. I don't think the field was wrong there. I just think it happened to go between them. It's not too much of a gap. There's kind of a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket out there. Out. Well, it was cut, and it was cut pretty hard, but it was straight to the fielder. And it's almost like he couldn't get out the way of it. So I think Safi will be kicking himself there. It just kind of slid on. There's no real mystery about it. But that's just a classic case. I mean, he hit 2 shots there. One got the gap, one didn't. And the one that didn't went straight to Sobu George. He holds on to the catch, almost couldn't get out the way of it. Sobu. And that's the 5th wicket now 127 for 5. Abhitesh Prashar comes out, number 7. He's a guy, I mean, to be honest, you could bat him 3. He wouldn't look out of place. You could bat him anywhere. Oh, geez, goes up this straight away. He's flat batted his way into trouble. Prashar's off the mark. Malta, they'll feel, okay, 5 wickets down. They'll feel, you know, we can maybe roll through this bottom order. Still some to get through, though. Prashar, I feel maybe Usman Muhammad comes in next. Valavarthi, Amal Jacob and Saclane. This one beats the inside edge of Matty Ainsworth. What I will say is, you know, a lot of these players, they're kind of limited, especially in Hungary, you know, with the weather, compared to Malta. And probably Austria for that matter. Kind of limited on the amount of training, actual training they've been able to do going into this game. So it's kind of the first day of the season for everyone. And even the Maltese team, speaking of the guys, I mean, they haven't actually played cricket since the end of the ECS in kind of mid-November. Oh, off the pad. Maybe a bit high. Just kind of trying to play across this. Fraction high, I think, and I mean fraction. Bounced up off the pad and only just missed the bail, so it could have easily maybe clipped the bails, but umpire gives the batter the benefit of the doubt. To be honest, Ainsworth isn't really hurting Malta at the moment. He's 7 off 16, 13 overs in at 128 for 5, 7 overs remaining. Sharma to bowl out. Had the knack of picking up these wickets. Prashant faces up. Prashant really hits what he should have left alone. That would have been a big wide. Yeah, Ainsworth, obviously at the other end, struggling a little bit to get going, but he's a player with a lot of potential. They want to get him out there. They want to get him playing. That's what this is all about as well. Kind of building guys up for a big season. Oh, wow. Prashant is kind of lucky to get away with this. The fact it hits his back leg saves him. Otherwise, he was going to be stumped or bowled. Just think it's a good matchup. Off spinner, turning the ball away from the left-handed Abhitesh Prashant. It's also a very good bowler, Prashant, don't forget. Ainsworth cuts this away, gets one. Just 2 balls left then for Sharma. Love the wicket of Prashant, the Hungarian captain, to round things off. Late little dab from Prashant. Rocky Danish. He's another guy that could easily be doing the keeping for Malta. He had a brilliant ECS last year for the Cedar Warriors. Ainsworth attempts a big heave across the line, misses out. So Sharma, good finish to his spell. Doesn't pick up a wicket in his last over, but only 2 and a leg by off that over. And after 14, Hungary being brought back to the back a little bit, 131 for 5. So yeah, thanks again for all the interactions. We're loving bringing you season 2025. There's still so much to look forward to. What else? Obviously the ECCW was the way we finished the season last year. And that's been expanded to be 3 divisions this year, which I think's wonderful. Eldos Matthew will get a bowl. He'll become the 7th bowler to come to the bowling crease for Malta. Prashant doesn't mind a bit of pace coming onto the bat. Eldos Matthew plays for the Innings Knights here, who will be part of the ECS starting on Saturday. Just knocked down the field. Oh, they're actually going to get 2 here. Perfectly kind of triangulated the fielders. I think something, did it fly off his foot when he bowled this? Was it just grass? Look at that, yeah. There's grass flying everywhere that he's taken from off the artificial surface. But that's excellent running from Ainsworth. He's the real protagonist there. Look at that. One of the, I suppose, disbenefits of having such a green and lovely field. Well bowled from Eldos. Nothing like Eldos. He's round the wicket. He's getting off the wicket the correct way. And just have a look at the percentages. I mean, Hungary, they started at 54%. At one stage, they were up to like 83, weren't they? And now they're literally right back where they started at 54%, and that's just because really it's Amar Sharma's 2 big wickets, and then they're following up with the wicket of Safi, who was looking dangerous. He was out for 12, caught off the bowling of Varun Prasad. Pitched up. Sharp. His leg side. Not really able to get to this time. Good fielding there from Malta. Matthew over the wicket now. Glanced away from Matty Ainsworth. Should get two here. Well, Rashar's fallen. I think, is this a cramp, is it? It's very early to be cramping. But have a look, number 4, Amitesh Prashar. I don't think there's too much in that. Gets around the bowler, and then it's a classic cramp. Have a look at it here. It's not, yeah, there, just takes a step. I hope it's only a cramp. And, I mean, I said it's a cramp, but I mean, cramp's something that normally comes in. That's why they're stretching it. I'm not a doctor. Although there are quite a few doctors that play cricket here in Malta, we'll say that. I hope it's not something more serious, because the way I just assumed it was a cramp, but now I'm looking at it again. That could be. It could be maybe a slight tear. Nah, it's not what you need. Prashar is captaining the side. He's got key roles to play with the bat and the ball all week. And yeah, you know, they look like cramp when you've been batting a while, but Prashar's fairly new to the crease. He's only been batting 2 or 3 overs. And if it's early in your innings, it's probably more likely it could be more serious. Luckily, normally anything I say medically is wrong. So yeah, hopefully it's not too serious for Amitesh. This is not the way you want your season to start. Because I think that if it was simple cramp, then there wouldn't be this level of concern. And I think if there is any kind of issue, I think he's going to have to come off the field, and that's actually going to be really terrible luck for Hungary. It's a 5-day tour here. Obviously got a lot of cricket coming up as well, but his pads are off. Just the way it kind of pinged, I think he's going to, yeah, I think it could just be either a hamstring or a calf tear. Oh, you hate to see it. Amitesh Prashar's going to retire hurt. It cost Matty Ainsworth a run, but that's probably the least of their concerns at the moment. Yeah. And really, looking at those pictures, I have my concerns about whether he'll play any further part in this game. Amitesh Prashar, yeah. That's one of those things that you do a warm-up and everything before the game, but one thing about batting, especially batting in the middle or lower order, is there isn't any kind of organised warm-up to get you going before your innings, because you never know when you're going to have to bat, right? This looks. My guess is it's a calf. I've done a similar injury before, and what it feels like, I know that when I had this kind of injury, it felt like someone had actually thought someone had thrown the ball at my calf. But they hadn't. It was just that kind of feeling. So it's, yeah, bad bit of luck for Hungary. 135 for 5. I think they're as good as 135 for 6 after that. So this is Usman Mohammed, who's coming out 7. He was listed 11, but I thought he'd bat higher. He's actually batting number 8 here. First one, a little bit of hesitation, bit of fumble in the field. Otherwise, it would have been a chance for a run out. They'll get 1. Now they're going to take 2. No one really backing up there. I think the outfielder has to come in. That's Amar Sharma down there to at least try and cut off that distance. Usman's off the mark. Yeah, Prashar's a key loss for Hungary. Usman will get another run here. So how things have changed. Yeah, I'm with Thomas. Thomas says thinks it wasn't really on the turn that Prashar has done that injury, but just in running. And I think you're right. I think he pulls up kind of almost the last step before he's turning. So that'll be the end of the 15th over. It's 138 for 5. Let's have a look at the calendar. So yeah, it's a huge season. So this doesn't include things, some other series we have like the night series and maybe some other T20s we'll see during the year, but this is kind of the main tour. So yeah, starting in Malta today, and you can see we've got the Western Shield and the ECL, which are marquee events at the Cardamar Oval. All those ones kind of shaded that you can see there at the Cardamar Oval. Our marquee events, we've got the ECC coming up in September, and also the women's ECC to finish the year. It'll be 3 weeks. There's also, you might notice there's a gap in there just before the ECC. It'll get filled, but I can't really tell you too much about that, exactly what the plan will be right now. But yeah, after the ECL, we go to Portugal, to Santarém, Madrid for the first time, which I think is really, really exciting. And then we'll head to Italy, and yeah, still finding out exactly where we'll be, but in Italy. But it's great that we have that ability to go to so many places, and hopefully you're around for the ride. Also some interesting things this year with Jersey on the calendar, Finland back on the calendar. Full toss, Ainsworth. And one thing you can say what you like about his strike rate, but he's still there, and there's a non-zero chance they might run out of batting here, so yeah, he runs a good runs. It really has been a tale of two halves, though. More specifically, kind of like the first 9 overs, 103 for 2. And yeah, the next 6 overs. Next 6 overs, 35 for 3. Hello to Johnny Heesum. Looks like he's in the chat. Nice to see you. Bowled him. Really good piece of bowling from Wasim Abbas, who's been brought back. And he snuck one through the gate of Matty Ainsworth. Wasim's been very, very good here. What he's done in the off-season, but it's working for him. Malta just continue to be able to pick up these key wickets. Ainsworth, gap between bat and pad, and Wasim Abbas able to find it, crashes into the top of the off stump. Ainsworth out for 10, 141 for 6, but probably reads 141 for 7 with the retirement of Abhitesh Prashar. Hello to Ian Latine, who's saying hopefully it's not his Achilles. Yeah, I hope so as well. Either way, terrible luck considering it's the first game of a competition. Yeah, it certainly is. And that's what I was saying. When you're batting, you don't really get the kind of warm-up. Everyone warms up before the game. Everyone sits down. You've been sat down for about an hour. And then you get told to go out and bat. Now, it wasn't like it was his first run. He had been out there for a little while, maybe about 10 minutes or so. This is the keeper, Tejendra Valivarthi, coming out to bat. Digs it in first up. He's come off the body, actually. Thinking of 2. I don't get it. I don't think there's any signal. Maybe there's a bit of bat on the way through. Maybe a bit of glove on the way through. Called a run anyway, so Velavathi's off the mark. This is the benefit to having Wasim Abbas available at the death of the innings. Last ball of the over coming up. Well, it won't be. A slower ball misses the mark, so Abbas will get another crack at Usman Mohammed. Hey, Helix, good suggestion. Maybe we can put an asterisk next to the new places that we go to on the calendar. It's not a bad idea. Driven for one at the end of the over. Bit of a boundary drought at the moment for Hungary. It's now 23 balls since the last boundary at the end of 16. The score is 144 for 6. But I will say, as far as the asterisk, there's actually quite a few places we're going that we have been before, but maybe just not for a while. Look at the worm here. You can see some steady decrease in the run rate. And yeah, it's kind of just peaked around apart from the early peak of the first over, it kind of peaked around over 8 or 9, and it's been on the slide since. I'll try and I'll dig a bit deeper, Helix, because you've got a good point there. But there's not, well, there's a few places, I suppose, that are new. But there's also a few that are returning. Zeldos Matthew. Pitched up, takes it on, up in the air, hanging a long time, but it's going to find open space. Mohammed likes to be attacking. Seen him do that before on ECN. 2 runs to the score. Hungary even still going to put a good score on the board here. 176 expected. Not sure if that takes into account the injury to Prashar. Yeah, so I suppose let me count the new places first, based on that calendar. Slower ball, loses it. So Madrid's new. Jersey is new. Hornchurch is new in England, of course. Ireland is new. It's on the calendar. Hopefully that goes ahead. Alicante. No, we've been there. That's our first ever ECS was in Alicante. Haven't been there for a while. And Valencia is new. So count those up. So how many new is that? Another one that's going to be called wide. I'll double check my work. So we've got Madrid, we've got Jersey, Hornchurch, Ireland, and Valencia. So 5 absolutely new places on the calendar. We'll say also calendar's subject to change. We share it with you because that's the plan. We know things can change closer to the time, but we'll let you know when those changes happen. I'm going to tell you how many are returning. Great use of the feet there. Drills this one into the gaps. A long chase for the fielder. It's going to be in vain. Rocky Danish can't chase it down. 4 runs to Hungary and brings up the 150. That's what I mean with kind of the depth in their batting. Usman Mohammed can crack the ball and he's coming out very low. And crashes into the wall. 150 up and climbing. 182 expected now. So now I'm going to tell you ones on the calendar which we are going to this year that they weren't in the schedule last year, but they were in previous years, so 2023 or before. So we've got... So in Italy, we might actually be back in Bologna. That's what a whisper I heard, although it's not confirmed yet. So I won't count that one. But returning to Malmö in the south of Sweden. Returning to Finland for the first time in an ECS, I think, since 2020. So that's great. Goes after this, short boundary, and That will clear it comfortably. Maximo Valavarthi kind of plays that on length. Got a good piece of it, didn't he? 6 runs. Hungary with some sting in the tail here. Okay, so we've got Malmo, Finland, Belgium's back on the calendar, Germany's back on the calendar, Stockholm, Sweden's back on the calendar. That's 5. Alicante's back on the calendar. 6. Okay. Oh, geez, fumble. Now they're going to, oh, gee, several fumbles from Prasad. Actually, the first fumble was lucky because it induced the run. But if he'd picked up the ball that had pretty much stopped, he would have had a chance at a run out. He shouldn't be getting a run here. Fumbles it, but then they run. But if he picks it up here, he actually kicks it second time. Oh, Prasad. Big shoes. Nicely stroked. Out to the sweeper. And that will take us to the end of the over. 17 overs down, 161 for 6. I think it's going to be a really interesting target. I mean, no Zishan Khan in the Malta side, but you've got Rocky Danish, who's been in good form to open up. Darshit Patanka listed to open. Eldos Matthew listed at 3, Prasad at 4. Rafi Khan at 5. Three overs to go then. It looks like 4 wickets in hand, but honestly, I can't see Prasad batting. I mean, he could come out at number 11 and or come out after 9 wickets and kind of swing and not run. But that's kind of emergency tactics only. Yeah, here's the lineup for Malta. Rocky Danish listed to open. Darshit Patanka, there's Matthew, Prasad, Rafi Khan, Jaspal Singh. So, I mean, yeah, some good players in there. You know, no Basil George in the lineup. So, yeah, look. 200 might be beyond them, but, you know, kind of 180 something. Make a good start. Potentially could chase it down. Malta, I mean, the Valletta Cup that I did, I mean, the last men's Valletta Cup a couple of years ago, had a slow start, kind of roared back into it. Mid-wicket doesn't he, Valavarthi? This is David Marks coming back over number 18. Tipped away. Should get 2 here if they run. Valavarthi was slow to get the memo, but they will get back for 2. Marks, a little bit expensive in the beginning maybe. He's changed ends here actually. Slower ball, very clever. Valavarthi does like to kind of go walkabout, take 2 or 3 steps down the pitch and looking for that mid-wicket. If you're smart, you stay away from the leg side. That's a clever change of pace. He's miles early on that. Keep the questions coming. I am loving them. Question, will Corey be allowed in Jersey? We'll see. He actually is listed on it with me. He told me lately he might be double booked. Goes after this up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. And it's taken. That's Chanjal Sudasanan down there. Maybe bounced out of the hands momentarily, but he was able to hold on to it. Valavarthi goes for 10. And Marks has his first wicket of the series. Hungary, 164 for 7. Funny one. because it didn't look like he was trying to hit it hard enough to go for 6. But he wasn't trying to keep it down either. So those factors kind of conspiring to present a catching opportunity for Chanjol Sudasanan. Remember, at any potential wicket, you could have Prashar coming back, but I just think the way he went off, it's not going to happen. They've sent Amal Jacob out. Very handy spin bowler. Have a look at that. A little bit of an ice cream cone there for Chanjol. Like I said, I wonder if Malta will change the keeper this afternoon to either Sudasanan or maybe even Rocky Danish. Not that Afi's doing a bad job, it's just they've got options. So Jacob lets the first one go through. End of the 18th over. It's 164 for 7. Pretty good over by Marks, conceding only 3. Hungary falling away. The first half of the innings, they scored 109 actually. And so far, they're only 55 off the second half of the innings. Yeah, so Helix asking where will we be playing in Ireland? Do I know? I actually don't know yet. Ireland is still, it's on the calendar, but it's not it's not 100% locked in, but it's the plan. So yes, especially those ones late in the season, you might see a little bit of movement with them, but that's the plan. We like to have a plan. At least you can work from it. And if you have to make adjustments, you make adjustments for various reasons. Suck Lane, the only batter that we haven't seen so far for Malta. Prashar retiring hurt, and I'd say unlikely to be seen again on the field today. 2 overs to go then. Abbas going to bowl his 4th over from this end. First one's a low full toss. He's probably come back for 2. They will. Wonder a little bit. I mean, Mark's okay. He bowled a good over from basically Abbas's end, the City end. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they've changed ends. Well, because Abbas has just been on fire, hasn't he? From that top end. Figures a 2 for 20 off his first 3 overs. Anyway, he's bowled this end plenty of times, I'm sure. We've seen him bowl plenty of times from this end as well. A slow ball skied. I mean, this should be taken, but it's a bit of a steep line. It's dropped. Just a late bit of movement on that, and well, I hate to say it, but that is Jaspal Singh, and he is the one that dropped Ghani first ball of the day. And now he's dropped what would have been, I think, the penultimate wicket of the innings. Abbas, not too impressed. Oh, well bowled from Wasim. And Jacob's going to go for a duck. Abbas just kind of shakes it off and comes up with the wicket-taking delivery next ball. This time he does it all himself. A bit of in-swing there. Jacob, a guy on 0. It was an expansive shot. Admittedly, we're getting late in the piece, but yeah, add that to the list of bowl dismissals today. Had a few of them, haven't we? Had 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 bowls. That's a lot. But really, got to give credit to Abbas. He gets it full, he gets it straight. Oh, here's Prashar coming out to bat. Okay. Well, in a way, this is good that he's good enough to come back, but another, so I guess let's see how he's moving. I don't think he'll be able to run very well at all. It looked quite serious. So they haven't gone to Suck Lane, probably showing what they think of Suck Lane's batting, actually. All right, so still 2 wickets in hand. Prashar's at the crease. He's just going to have to kind of stand and deliver. Does. And look, he's literally hopping down the crease. Manages to get 1. So, there won't be any quick singles here. But for Hungary as well, I mean, Prashar's a key bowling option for them, and there's no way he's going to be able to bowl with this injury. Have a look at him here. It's not the world's saddest triple jumper. Sucklane's average, by the way, in ECN cricket is 0.86, and maybe that's why they don't want him to bat. Goes after this straight up in the air, and it's going to clear the boundary. What a shot from Usman Mohammed. Maximo. Tail wagging here. It's been a funny old innings. I wouldn't say they've been ugly runs. There's nothing ugly about that shot. It's a perfect straight strike from Usman. And just shows you the fact that Prashar was able to hop a single. Makes all the difference. Last ball, the 19th. They probably do want one here. Or do they? They do. And Prashar, you're going to have to hop to that end and probably have to stumble back to the other, because that's the end of the 19th over. And the score is 175 for 8. What an interesting innings. What a way to start. Yeah, Thomas saying, yeah, rocky opening for Malta. Fun. I mean, these are only the listed lineups. We don't know exactly how they're going to line up. I know this Hungarian lineup's been a bit different to what we were expecting. 7 bowlers used. Do they go back to marks? Yeah, looks like they are. Interesting, Jaspal only getting the 1 over. 1 for 8. I'm a bit surprised we didn't see him again. Did bowl a pretty good ball to get Zishan Kukikel, the Hungarian number 3. Last overtime, let's go. What goes for it? This should be out, surely. It's up, it's in the air. It's another high catch. It's another one that's been put down. And that's Amar Sharma out there. Well, it does stop the boundary, I suppose. And in the end, how many did they run? In fact, they didn't run any. So it'll be a top ball. Yeah, I thought maybe, well, I know they're not getting 2. Not an easy one, but this level one you'd hope to take. This one, fraction short. This time they will take the 1. Hopper 1. But I mean, this Prashar injury, that just has consequences. Oh, geez, they're going to get an overthrow. Oh, what is, I mean, that's unforgivable, really. And Prashar says, well, I've hopped 1, let's hop 2. Now have a look at this. The ball comes in and it's missed. It bounces over marks, and then Prashar is basically forced to come back. Now this will be another long single, long slow single. So yeah, looks like 180s on the cards here. Yeah, this Prashar injury has consequences outside just this innings, doesn't it? I mean, he's not going to be able to bowl. I don't think he'll field. And then you have to start asking, when will he be back? And will he even be back this week? It seems like a 1-week injury minimum, probably a kind of 3 or 4, just based on what I'm seeing. Obviously, only he knows how serious it is, and the kind of medics close to him. On the outside his crease there. Maybe got a little Carey Canoodle. 2 to come then. Yeah, Ian Latine was expecting maybe a kind of Maxwell-like innings from Prashar. It just kind of helps this on its way. It's going to find open space, so just a single. And to be honest, now I probably would, and that's crazy, I would retire Prashar for Sucklane just so they maybe could get someone that can run, because he's not going to have to face again. But you can see he's disappointed. Habatesh would have been so excited to get out there, captain his country as well. But yeah, I assume it's a calf injury, but I guess we'll find out later in the day. Last ball time. He will probably get a run out here. They will. So, hey, not going to run him out. Interesting. That's sportsmanship to the highest degree. They're saying, look, it would have been a single, so we're going to give you the single. Yeah, so they will get 1. That's outstanding sportsmanship from Malta. Just saying, look, really, this would have been a single. So Afi kind of takes it and he says, you know what, I just don't feel right about it. That's his internal morality dictating his actions. So really deserves a pat on the back there. You'd also have to ask though, you know, was Prashar a better option than Sucklane? Maybe if there's 9 out, then you go to him. But yeah, Abitesh, you hate to see it, but he's gonna have a lot of work to do. Let's have a look at the highlights here. And it started with a big drop. Jaspal put Abbas Ghani down, and then he went to town, really. He was out there to attack the power play. That's exactly what he did, and Ghani would return to some of the form we've seen from him in the past. But at the other end, he lost Seamus Deployer for 5 playing across one. He lost Kukikel for 10 playing across one. And it was it's a funny old time for Hungary. That was Zishan getting out and bumping himself on the head twice, trying to knock some sense in because he had made a pretty good start to his innings. Ghani, a bit too hot to handle there. That was smashed down the ground. But Hungary, look, they did the heavy lifting, didn't they, in that first 10 overs. The first 9 overs, really. They were 103 for 2 after 9. And they were going at about 11.5 and over. And that kind of was the peak for them at that stage. But it just needed to kind of break this partnership. Sheikh Razik and Ghani were going great guns, weren't they? And Sharma, he was a little bit all over the place, but he was able to get Razik to drag one to mid-wicket, where a good catch was taken by David Marks. And it was the end of Mr. Slick. And ultimately, Ghani would lose his wicket on 53. So those 2 quick wickets. 2 quick wickets just changing the game a little bit. Otherwise, it looked like those 2 could have pushed Hungary up to maybe 200 or beyond. Prasad, again, in his kind of new iteration as a finger spinner, he was able to get the dangerous Sahir Safi, crunched that one, but straight at Sobu George. He almost couldn't get out the way of it. Ainsworth, painstaking kind of 10 from him, ended up getting bowled through the gate. And Wasim Arbasi was good. I'm glad that this retirement wasn't the real one. He's come back and has made a real impact for Malta. Marks came back and bowled a good spell late in the piece as well. Valavarthi, who did hit a good 6. But he skied one down to Sudasanan, who took a good catch. Valavarthi had to trot off. Jacob came and went pretty quickly. That was another goober that Jaspal put down. That didn't cost too much because Jacob went for a duck. And that meant they warmed up Prashar, who went out. Couldn't really do anything, preferring him to the number 11. I suppose what it did allow is Usman to crack that for 6. He, in fact, scored 29 off 18, was pretty productive in the lower order for Hungary. This is the last ball where Malta have been gracious hosts, but in Hungary they did have a batter available that probably could have run. But Malta concede the one off the last ball, and Hungary score 180 for 8 in the first innings of this tournament. Some beautiful area shots of the island nation as we look at the scorecard. Ghani dropped first ball, ended up top scoring with 53 off 27, 4 4s and 4 6s for him. 29 not out, the next best score, that was Usman Mohammed in the lower order, who was able to nurse his side to 180 in the end. 28 for Razik before he was caught at mid-wicket. Bowling-wise, 7 options used from Malta. 3 for 31, Abbas. I just thought he was very, very good. He was around the mark and picked up some key wickets. 2 for 32, Sharma, better the good, bad and the ugly, but did break the partnership and follow it up, getting both set batters in the middle overs. Wickets also to David Marks as well as Jaspal Singh, who only got the 1 over, and Prasad 1 for 29. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so with the second innings. 181 for the hosts to open with a win, or can Hungary get off to a winning start? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. for European cricket. We'll see you after the break with more Malta T20I Try Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. And we are back to watch the chase now. The host Malta chasing 181 for victory in match one of this 6-match T20 International Series. Hungary falling away a little bit towards the end, but still 180. It's a pretty good score. Par here. Look, it's hard to say. Obviously, this stage of the season, I would have thought maybe kind of 170, 175's par. They had some short boundary squares, so maybe Hungary a few over. Not for a while, they might be going kind of 200 plus. Suck Lane, who didn't bat for Hungary, is going to open the bowling. We've got Dasha Patanka and Rocky Danish opening up for Team Malta. News as well, as expected, Abhilash Prashar, Hungarian skipper, not on the field. Ready to rock. 181 to win, starts with a wide. So Sandeep Mohandas, the 12th man, is on the field for Hungary. So yeah, Prashar, we saw him batting after what I'm told actually is a knee injury. It's a recurrence of a knee injury. We knew it was something to do with a leg. You hate to see it, but I think that really does put him in doubt for the week. Hopefully it's not too serious. Thick edge, mishandled. That is the 12th man, Sandeep. You will see at the ECL for the Budapest Blinders. Qualifiers out of Hungary this year, making their debut. And Suck Lane, kind of out and out opening bowler, isn't he? Mohamed Suck Lane. Pretty well bowled. Rocky Danish, who just had an unbelievable series for the Masita Warriors. We've always seen improvements from Rocky every time we see him. Sometimes the feet not really moving and just kind of fending at that one, but let's see if he can kind of take that form and run with it as an international opener here. Does the same thing, kind of dances to the leg side and guides it away. He's off the mark. The thing is, we really saw Hungary attacking the power play. It was a definite strategy, opening with Ghani. It was the very first ball. He tried to smash it, actually got dropped. Should have been caught. Let's see if Malta have a similar approach. There's no Basil George at the top of the order in this series. Ball by Suck Lane. Got the line right so far. A few people just applauding Malta's sportsmanship to not execute the run out last ball. 28% for Malta. That's their chances according to the win predictor. Dave's saying, is that a bit low? Yeah. Computer is smarter than a human. Glanced away, but they do have the fine leg back. This is Mohammed, who's able to keep it to a single. The field will have dried out a little bit. A bit of cloud cover at the moment. 14 degrees. So I suppose it's a little bit chilly, but quite pleasant. Malta is quite a hot place for a lot of the year. I think most people know that, but it's still early, so kind of mid-teens, probably normal for a maximum this time of the year. Rocky takes it on. Get one to mid-wicket. So end of the first over. Suck Lane not really getting hurt. But no wicket so far. Malta 5 without loss after 1. Big welcome back to all of our viewers, of course. This is first day of our Malta tour. The Malta tour actually is 16 days. So we have 3 days of this T20 International Tri Series. We have 2 days of ECI, which is T10 International Cricket, and then 11 days of the ECS. Sheikh Razik is going to open the bowling. Interesting. We've seen sometimes he bowls off a longer run, sometimes off a shorter run. I think Prashad probably would have opened the bowling, but of course he's off the field. He's going to stay off the field. Razik gets this, just kind of flirting with this one outside the off stump. Any questions or comments? Questions maybe about the season? Let them in the chat. Feel free to throw them at us on the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Slips in place now for Sheikh Razik. Tries to hack leg side. That's probably not the play. And last year in the ECS, Corey was saying that Rocky's the master of the kind of 55-metre six. Just seems to get a lot of balls, just cleared the boundary. That's a shot of someone that probably knows that they're falling a little bit behind in this rate. Rate started 9 and over. Okay, it's about 9.4. It's just creeping up, isn't it? He wants the pull here, doesn't get it. And that's the other thing. Although the square boundaries still are pretty short here, just with the nature of the ground here at Malta. The straight boundaries certainly are a lot more defendable. I think you only get 6 overs of the power play. You want to make the most of it. You want to be kind of 60 plus in that power play. We saw Hungary score 68 for 2 off their power play. Had some big overs in there. 15 off the first, 12 off the third, 19 off the sixth. The thing with these bigger boundaries, kind of, particularly the straight ones, it just makes the field a lot more defendable. It means you can kind of work to a play a little bit more. So you can say, right, we've got big straight boundaries. We're going to pitch the ball up and kind of try and stop the batters playing these horizontal bat shots. So you can kind of play to a plan. Whereas in the European Cricket Series, when the field's just a circle, you don't have that ability. So something to think about. Razik only conceded 2 off his over. And it's going to stay that way. So pretty slow start from Malta. 7 without loss after 2. I was saying earlier, the rankings. Malta 71 in the world and Hungary 75. The countries in between, Israel, Belize and Gibraltar, actually. There's actually 99 countries now listed with an official T20I ranking. Of course, it was just over 5 years ago that the ICC decreed that all member countries will have T20I status. Well bowled, Saklane coming back. Patanka can be destructive, but he has had a few kind of form dips and maybe lack of confidence at times. Never too far away from being able to kind of turn that form back on, you'd say, but important kind of 4 overs here, I think, for Malta, so they don't drift down to the picture. Oh, that's wild delivery down the leg side, partially knocked down by Valdavarti with 2 wides. We have seen that. I mean, obviously I did the whole Valletta Cup here a couple of years ago, which was a whole week of T20 internationals, normally 3 a day, and what you do see in these games is, because there's more time than your kind of regular T10 cricket format, that, you know, a partnership can change things, and it's got more time to develop. So over Luxembourg pulling off an amazing win against France in that Valletta Cup. Abby Borsu for Luxembourg was incredible towards the end. And so Malta, I mean, terrible start's not the worst thing, but obviously you don't want to kind of go down without firing a shot, if you know what I mean. 21% chance, 1 in 5 basically. Fraction short, quick hands there, excellent shot. Maximo! Well, that's going to make Darsha Patanka feel a lot better. It's only a fraction short, really. He's a tall man, he's an imposing figure. And the attack fires, just a front foot pull shot. Really snap those hands through the ball. Lane, does he pitch up? He does. Tanker, it's quick to send Rocky back. Malta in the field, I think for the most part, they're a little bit disappointing. Putting down, say, 3 or 4 catches. Something that Hungary won't want to do in the second half. Bit of cloud cover here at the moment. There's a slight chance of rain. Hopefully it doesn't materialise. Beautiful shot. That was pitched up, and Patanka drives it through the covers for 4, so it's the recovery that Malta needed. Suddenly the start's not looking too bad. The way he held his shape there. Stayed very side on, found the gap, and rocketed to the boundary. Again, have a look at where these boundaries are getting scored. They're being scored square of the wicket. It's just a shorter boundary. Nice ball of the over. I'm in 2 minds there. Patanka, 1 bounces over middle stump, end of 3. Malta, 20 without loss. 13 runs coming off that over. 5, 2 and 13 so far. We'll go back to Sheikh Razik. A quick weather check here to make sure we've got no rain on the way. Expected to just be a little bit of cloud but no rain, but can be a bit of a microclimate here. So perhaps there's a few raindrops happening right now. Razik, ball over number 4, slip stays in place. Pulled away by Dinish, loves that shot. It's very well done there by Zishan to slide in, keep it to 1. Yeah, we've definitely got some slight rain here. It's only slight though. And there's still some blue sky around. Unless it gets really heavy, I think they'll probably stay out there. We've had some amazing weather in Malta over our time on ECN here. We've had floods, we've had lightning. The infamous Roy Sullivan conversation came here in Malta. Most of our fans know. Our regular fans will know what that's about. The man who was struck by lightning 7 times, apparently. To cover things up, be prepared at least. This is over the top plug, they'll get 2. A statement of intent there though, wasn't it? This rain at the moment, I don't know, I'd call like a 2 out of 10. Like it definitely, it's up from a 1. Patanka faces up. A slow ball there from Rasik. Just worked for a single. Of course, if we do have any interruptions and overs are lost, it will be kind of Duckworth-Lewis situation. Had some issues in Portugal over the weekend, mainly some overnight rain that reduced a T20 to the minimum 5 overs actually on, well, it was actually yesterday morning, wasn't it? Another slow ball. Does that one well, Rasik. And you get one. Look at that rate required. As long as it's in the 9s, I think they'll be okay. But they won't want to see it get up in double figures. Malta. Goes for the Yorker. Driven away, but mishandled. They'll get a single. That'll be the end of the over as well. So Rasik, another tight one. Just 5 off that. And it's 26 without loss after 4. Well, Helix asking, is Roy Sullivan, was his name Mr. Lucky? Well, definitely a good watch if you ever find the Roy Sullivan clip. But Corey came up with another nickname. It wasn't Mr. Lucky, it was Mr. Liar. Because he didn't believe any of it. The Roy Sullivan conversation has turned out to be a bit of an ECN classic. You know what I might do? I'll even try and find you the link. And in the break, if you want to watch it, you can. Now we're going to get a change of bowling. Abaskani, who opened the batting, he's going to bowl first change here for Hungary. First one, drifts for a wide. Well, it's top edge. It's gone straight up in the air. Hanging a long time, slightly slippery conditions, but that one's taken. And Sheikh Razik's the man that will take it. And that's a good catch. Maybe a difference between the two teams because we saw Malta put down a couple of those kind of catches. We're just mistimed. If anything, he's threw it slightly early. It's a hanging top edge. And yeah, Rasik makes no mistake. So the first wicket falls. And it's the wicket of Patanka for 17 or 14 balls. The score is 27 for 1. Disappointment because he had made a bit of a start there. But yeah, Rasik found the drop zone. Makes a big difference when you hold your catches. Rain is picking up. Maybe it's a 3 now. You can actually see it there. Well, it was a bit higher than a 3, judging by that. This one was heading down the leg side. I wonder if the umpires are just starting to think about maybe pulling him off. Still, like I said, there's bright spots in the sky. Down leg side, you see the main camera actually just being protected. Maybe a 4 out of 10 now. And look, I got to say, it looks a bit worse on that camera than I think it is from my eyes. That's no good. That looks pretty steady, doesn't it? That rain. If we do a rain break, I'm going to take you straight to the Roy Sullivan clip because I'm finding the link right now. It's funny with the rain. Pulled away and knocked down, but get a single. What we saw last year and over the last couple of years is that probably the rain has favoured batters. And typically you'd think, the ball gets a bit waterlogged, it's harder to hit further, but now we're getting a bit more rain. This is getting a bit heavier. Yeah, I reckon we could be in strife here. If it stays this heavy, definitely it's gone up in intensity. Yeah, they're coming off. So that's the other thing. 5 overs constitutes a game in T20 cricket. So I got a feeling this won't be the end because there was a lot of blue sky around, but rain has stopped play. And yeah, it's not what you want to see, but that is the situation here. But yeah, 30 for 1, and I'm telling you right now that Hungary will be ahead on Duckworth-Lewis. Can't tell you by how much, but they will be ahead by something. So let's have a look at the highlights. And really, there's a few swings and misses early, weren't there? But that one was skied from Patanka after he'd made it to 17, and Rasik was able to hold the catch. So disappointment for the tank. And yeah, 1 for 30 now is really coming down now. So, I mean, the umpire, I think they've timed that well. But that's where we're at as far as the score. 30 for 1 after 5. So, yeah, they're only going at 6 and over. Obviously, 9 and over is the required rate throughout the innings. But because there's such a big gap, I think even the fact they've got 9 wickets in hand, I don't think it's making it up. So I don't have the exact DLS on me, but if we weren't to get back on, then I think Hungary would win comfortably. But there's still a bit of playing time. There's a lot of playing time actually to get back on, and you know, potentially we are looking at an over reduction here. 1 for 4, Ghani with the breakthrough. Rasik with a tight couple of overs in there as well. None for 8. So what we'll do is we'll leave you for now. We'll let you know if there's any update in play. We'll just leave you on that screen. Keep an eye on the chats, and if there's any news, we will let you know. But for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break. Hopefully back with some good news soon here in Malta, live for this T20I Tri-Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado. Hello, welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground, and that's a nice shot of Malta on a beautiful day, which actually this is weather-wise, but you might have gathered already that I've come to you not with good news as far as match one is concerned, because we did have that storm running through the ground. So match one has officially been abandoned. Match two is next up, which is Malta versus Austria. It's starting in around about 53 minutes time, there or thereabouts. The toss will happen in around about 25 minutes, and you can keep an eye on the chat with regards to that. As you can see, I mean, the blue sky's out. It's not a matter of the rain not stopping. It is very nice and pleasant now, but the issue is the rain, and it was quite heavy actually in the end that fell on the field, and it just, according to the umpires, was unplayable, and it wasn't going to become playable in time, and so the decision was made to abandon the game. Now, Hungary do win that game. They win by 8 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, so I suppose a bit of luck for Hungary in a way that they just had finished the 5th over before the game was called. If it was one ball before, it would have been point split, but as it is, Hungary do win on DLS. We are expecting to start, I think, on time at 1 o'clock, but that's subject to a ground inspection, but that is pretty much where we're at. So we'll be on the countdown now, just over 50 minutes before we'll join you again for match 2, where the Austrians will make their first appearance in the tournament. And Malta, well, after that loss, they'll be hoping to finish the day 1-1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a break and see you the other side of it for match 2 in this Malta T20I Tri-Series. European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado.
Hello and welcome back. We're halfway through opening day here in the Malta T20I Tri-Series. Earlier on in the day, we saw Hungary getting the win over the hosts by 8 runs on the DLS method as some rain came in. It interrupted the game after 5 overs in the second innings, and due to the wet outfield, we weren't able to continue. But we are ready to go now for match number 2, and it's Austria playing their first game of the series. They're taking on Malta as well. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Good afternoon everyone, welcome to the second match of day 1 in Malta for the Tri-Series competition. So we are here to play against Malta versus Austria, Malta being the home team and Austria being the away team. I would like to invite you all for the toss for the second match. So here Malta is going to flip the coin from the home team perspective, and Austria are going to call. Heads. Heads it is. Okay, so Austria have won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Austria have joined the party here in Malta, not their first rodeo at the Malta International Cricket Ground. You're welcome back to the central commentary position. Akib Iqbal wins the toss and electing to bowl. And that's exactly what Malta did this morning, although unfortunately it was not a successful morning for Malta with an abbreviated second innings of just 5 overs that they batted, but on the DLS method they were adjudged to have lost that game to Hungary, and the game did go 5 overs, which was the bare minimum to be recognised as an official result. There's the two teams, and we saw Austria this morning, so let's have a look at Austria. They've listed Bilal Zalmay and Zishan Arif to open the batting. Shigawal at 3, a very experienced campaigner. Akib Iqbal, the all-rounder at 4. Mark Simpson-Parker, good to see him in the side, listed to bat 5. Some debuts there as well for Hamid Safi, as well as Hekmatullah Kogiani, and also Janan Gelzai is in the side for the first time in a T20 international. Janan Gelzai is actually on a streak of 5 consecutive ECS 50s. It's an unbroken streak at the moment. Kogiani's been very, very, very good on ECN in the last 12 months. And of course, Hamid Safi, seen him for GCA, Grants Cricket Academy, before, and he's a real live wire. So they'll bring some fresh energy to the team. Well, the computer says that 2 times out of 3, Austria win the game. But I do know that we saw Austria taking on Malta in an ECI here. In fact, it's the first ever ECI we ever had, and I think from memory it was 5-2 to Austria. So certainly Malta have beaten Austria in the past. But it's T20 format, something a bit different, isn't it? For Austria, actually, it's their first T20 international since the 16th of June in Rome, where they took out 3rd in the Sub-Regional Europe ICC qualifier Group A and secured that 3rd place with a win over France. So it's their first T20 international in 7.5 months. But I know these guys pretty well. They love to get out there. They play a very exciting brand of cricket. To Austria, same opening combination for Malta with Dashit Patanka and Rocky Danish. And there's Rocky on your screen there, opening the batting. And this time they get to set the pace. We saw Patanka the only wicket to fall in the 5-over Malta innings earlier on. Big welcome back to all of our fans as well. Sorry for the slight delay, but I think the umpire's just deciding that give the field a bit of time to dry out. They decided they weren't going to reduce the overs. Okay, here we go. Well, here we don't go just yet. Yeah, so the reason was there was no more rain, but with the field being wet in patches, the umpires felt the best course of action, we had a bit of daylight to play with, was to just put the game off 30 minutes, but retain the 20 overs. Here we go with Akib Iqbal, kicking off match 2. First one's full. Patanka keeps it out. Patanka got out kind of on the pull before. A top edge, it flew to mid-on. Expect to score 143 for Malta. Interesting. Push and run this time. Oh, that would have been out. That could be 5. It will be 5. But probably worth the gamble. It was a rocket of a throw that came in. Couldn't quite see. It might have been Kogiani that throws that. And I think one thing's for sure, Patanka would have been out if it had hit. But the thing is, you got a 6-3 field, and that's not many fielders to back up on the leg side. So, the first runs of this game are a fiver. So we're going to miss this time. Yeah, well, Malta catch a break there, don't they? But Patanka was struggling to make his ground. Hello to Kroom. Nice to see you in the chat. Hello to Duncan as well. I think Kingston Weatherby was in the chat earlier on as well. Oh, big swing at this. Now, I know that we've got a slight issue with the camera at the moment, so you're probably getting a bit more of a bird's eye view at the moment, but our guys are going to be on that pretty quickly. Hey, I've got a random question for our viewers just before we really get into things here. Let me know in the chat, what are you looking forward to in season 2025? You've probably got a bit of an idea of the calendar now. Rocky pulls this away, and it's going to be a boundary. So he had a 5 and a 4 in his first over. Rocky loves that shot. Akib Iqbal's a very good bowler. It's just a fraction short. Not really hitting the crease at pace here, Akib. Take him a little time to get into his work. And rockets away to the boundary. Nice ball the first over. Or not. Finishing like it started. Full toss, this time it's driven. And a bit of an airmail. That's him another overthrow. 5 overthrows in the first over. That was just airmailed over Hassan Arif. Time to brush off the cobwebs. End of the first over. It's 10 without loss. Shouldn't have been a run. It was a good pickup first up. Hassan Arif, he puts it straight over his brother. Arslan doing the keeping today. So, it's been entertaining so far, hasn't it? Second over, and here's Sahil Zadran. Clipped away. Zadran, fiery pace bowler. Yeah, I've put the question out there in case you missed it. Just joining us, I said, what are you looking forward to in season 2025? 2025, I'll talk about what I'm looking forward to as well. Slip in place. Bites back a little bit. Yeah, Rocky, mentioned earlier, had a brilliant ECS for the Masita Warriors. Turned out to be champions in our European Cricket Series here. Finished in November. Ran for 4 weeks. This one doesn't beat the field. Yeah, so Kroom's jumped in already. Said the easy answer is ECN in Hornchurch. Yeah, that's only 5 minutes away from where he lives. Looking forward also to Ireland and Jersey. And Julian saying he's looking forward to heading out to the Cartama for the ECC in October. Yeah, well, they're both very good ones, guys. Yeah, Hornchurch on the calendar. I know the plan was maybe to have something in the Midlands or something like that. is our second English series. Hacks this to the leg side. It's not really timed. It's going to plonk. Mark Simpson Parker, familiar face. Picks up the ball and throws it in. Good to see him back. He's been in and out of the side. Yeah, so no Hornchurch in the end. I think the plan is that they would like to have a multi-year deal to host the European Cricket Series, which is great. Obviously, they're the reigning ECL champions, and we'll see them defending their title at the Carntermore Oval starting this month. Backs away here and doesn't make contact. End of the second over then. It's 14 without loss. Yeah, it's hard to say. Well, it's hard to believe it, I should say. But yeah, they'll be defending their title later this month, because yeah, the ECL will start on the 14th or the 24th of February, and we're already in February. Hungary at the top of the table, taking 2 points out of that first game, but they had to win thanks to the computations. DLS method was applied. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. G'day James, nice to see you. Hopefully Jacob and all the family are well. Hello to KG, who's watching I think from Australia. And anyone I missed. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maxmo. Thrilled to be back. Tina Goff will join me tomorrow for the remainder of this international portion. And Rico Full will be here to start the European Cricket Series on Saturday. Western Shield's obviously very exciting as well. Hello to Shiva, saying he's loving the commentary. Well, Shiva, I'm thrilled that you are. Shiva Kumar Naidu. Akib will continue. Beautiful shot of the sky there. Thing with Malta is, you know how sometimes you see those time-lapse videos of weather? Except that's just how that's the speed they roll at. So we had a storm come in, trying to dominate the sky, dropped a bit of rain, left us. Now, I just had to wait for the field to be ready. So Malta, the benefit of the 4 overthrows in the first over. Rocky Dinesh. The challenge for Rocky is to translate that domestic form into international runs. Akib, he's been good against good opposition. He's a guy we have seen really turn it on. He kind of had his form dips and bumps last year. Didn't have an ECS, the kind of ECS he would have expected. That one is hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's elevated. It's going to get to the boundary, 4 runs. Again, apologies. I know that just sorting a bit of a technical issue out at the moment, but I'll keep you up to date with what's going on. Nicely struck for 4. Now Ben Cattell. Hello. Or is it Cattle? Tell me where to put the emphasis, Ben. All right, goes leg side. He likes that. Zadrans has to watch it. Bouncing into the grandstand, but over the rope. Maximo! 6 runs. Rocky trying to deliver the knockout blow. Picks that ball up from Iqbal and puts it over the fence. Check it out here on the replay. Next to 2 circles. And Zadran was back there for it, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, Ben saying going to the Worcester ground, best in England by far. I suppose we're lucky to be hosted in England. All right, that one's lifted up in the air. Now, can anyone reach this? It's a real teaser. 3 fielders pursue it. And now we've got a big mix-up. It's going to be a run-out. 2 at one end, and it's going to be Dinesh who's out. Well, that just shows you it's a good pursuit from, well, 3 fielders really. But I think it's Ishan Arif that picks it up and throws it in. But have a look here. Rocky's pushing. He wants to. He says yes, it's his call. Patanka doesn't respond. Patanka, well, it's probably Rocky's call, really. the ball was always going to come back to the keeper's hand, and in fact it did. But that's a disappointing end for Rocky Dinish. She's run out. They only get one off that. And it's the first wicket. He does pick it up pretty quickly. He sets and he throws. He hurls it in. Patanka's yelling at Dinish to go back. But Dinish doesn't heed. He just put his head down and ran. He probably would have made it. Just have a look. Does he beat the throw? Just seeing if there was two in it. When the ball comes back to Arif, well, there was a hesitation there. He would have made the two. You know, he would have made it. Patanka, again, probably, for me, slightly more to blame. Well, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Eldos Matthew comes out at number 3. We didn't see Eldos batting 3 in the last game. Jaspal Singh came out at 3 just before the heavens opened. So Matthew will be facing up. It was the end of the over, so 26 for 1 after 3. Sahel, genuine French cut there. That's running away. It'll test the speed of this outfield, and the outfield passes the test. That's 4 runs. Good looking forward defence. Doesn't really hit the middle of the bat. Maybe a bit of a gap between bat and pad, and that's actually where the ball ends up. Ends up down at the point, at the boundary. Hello to Birdie. Hello, Birdie. Great to see you. Bet you're looking forward to the ECS at Hornchurch. Push and run. One thing about Hungary this morning, they were pretty good with their running between the wickets. They were on the same page. They were kind of going without hesitation. Yeah, Birdie, good to see you. I know a lot of people like to watch the captions. Hello to everyone watching with captions, by the way. This is Vinny here. You probably can't tell it's my voice unless I say. But sometimes it does, because they're auto-generated. It has some interesting translations. Hello to Kaiba Delda, who's watching from Hungary. Ayush is supporting me as well. Thanks, Ayush. Slip in place for Sahil Zadran. Yeah, so yeah, great to see a few new faces in the lineup. That was Hamid Safi that did the fielding there. Like I said, we've seen him playing for GCA, and he's a really exciting player. I think if you got the Safi name, you are exciting. There's no way around it. It probably goes for Zadran as well, who's bowling now. Full, and hits him on the pad, just heading down the leg side. James says when Rico gets excited, then that's when the captions go crazy. Ayush is laying on the praise, saying I'm the best thing that could ever happen to the cricket universe. Well, it is day 1, Ayush. I don't want to get a big hit just yet. Works this down to 3rd for a single. Yeah, exciting times ahead, says Birdie. Great to have this conversation with you. That's a good score here. I mean, one thing about Austria, they'll grip it and they'll rip it. I mean, they're probably a bit jealous that Belgium got the Belgian ball moniker, because they're very much the same. Oh, geez, bit of a tight one. Ooh, MSP picks it up to his left, hurls it in, but they will get the single. Let's have a look at the running from Patanka here, 45. He's doing a lot of watching. In the end, he gets there, but yeah, I'd like to see him kind of just put the head down, run, slide the bat. Anyway, that is the end of the 4th over. And the score 33 for 1. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I like about this season. But for me, obviously, yeah, going to any new location. So I think we if you missed it earlier, we worked out on the calendar that there's 5 completely new locations and 6 that we're returning to after not having been there last year. A shortened wicket, short covering at the moment in catching positions. The 6 over power play, of course. Hello to Stephen. He likes the ECN layout and the new colours and everything. Yeah, it's some fresh new look, isn't it? Bubbles a 3rd over. I'm not sure they'll bowl him completely out. Just maybe as a crazy kind of 3-wicket over or something. Yeah, so I worked out that there's 5 places that we have never been that we will go, and there's 6 places that we're returning to after a bit of a hiatus. So we weren't there in 2024. So the brand new ones I saw were Madrid, as well as Jersey, Hornchurch, Ireland and Valencia. So they're the 5 that are brand new, and then there are 6 which we have been to before, and we're returning. That doesn't include Bologna. We might be going to Bologna instead of Rome for one of those Italy series, but it's still up in the air. So we're going back to Malmo, going back to Finland for the first time since 2020. I think Malmo last time we were there was 2023, I'd guess, or maybe 2022. Back to Belgium, back to Germany, back to Alicante or Sporting Alfaz. And there's one more somewhere in there. I'm back to Stockholm, of course, in Sweden. Haven't been there since 2023. So, yeah, I think that's great. You know, there are 2 sides to that coin, though. I will say that. Effort ball there, clipped away, timed pretty well, but the old foot fielding from Sahil Zadran does the job in front of the picket fence. Yeah, so I suppose the flip side of the coin, though, is, you know, we can only fit in so many locations, and so I know Austria misses out this year. I know that they probably would have loved a series, but we have been to Austria plenty of times, and I'm sure we'll return again in the future. It's always a great series. That will be the end of the 5th over. So at the end of 5, Malta 38 for 1. Ball by Iqbal. He's not able to get the breakthrough. I suppose the same thing could be said. You know, Germany missed out last year, but they're back. Belgium missed out last year or 2, but they're back. So, you know, obviously want to be as many places as we can. Now, right now we're in Malta, and this is our tour of Malta, starting with this tri-series before the same teams, Malta, Austria and Hungary, play in the ECI. T10 internationals Thursday and Friday. That's a really good format, so they play each other twice each. 6 matches in total, and then there's a final on Friday afternoon. That'll be a good Peacock Friday. And then the ECS, Malta, on Saturday. We'll have the first day of that. Rico will be with you for the entire ECS. I'm doing the first day of the ECS with him before I hand it over to Tina and Rico. And then Rico will take you home there. And actually, this tour of Malta coincides perfectly with the night series, which will begin tonight in Portugal. Here's Sahil Zadran. Interesting the approach here. Malta, they're trying to be attacking, but we saw Hungary really take a big attacking approach. So Abaskani come out and actually got dropped the very first ball of the day, of the series. A heavy ball there, full toss. Matthew can't get the timing. He's 7 off 9 here. Yeah, Birdie's saying Sporting Alphas. What a place and what a team, yeah. He's got memories of Sporting Alphas from the ECL. We played in 2023. wild throw. Austria haven't been afraid to pull the trigger so far. Yeah, I'm loving all the questions. I'll get to as many as I can. So, yeah, a lot of people pretty excited. Stephen saying, is the field the same size as T10 or bigger? Good question. It's a bit bigger. Right, short, takes it on. He's going to get lucky here. Plugs. Now it's slightly tight too. Ooh. I'll get back for it. Good throw and good pick up from Arsenal Reef behind the stumps. If it's direct hit, might have been interesting. Genuine bouncer attempt. Just watch it plug. Remember, we did have a bit of moisture come down earlier on today. Check this out. Oh, that hits first time. I think he's gone. So full toss, they go on the hit. That's Bilal Zalmay. It's a very clever bowler. Expect to see him maybe even as soon as next over at the end of the power play. Yeah, so the square boundaries here, they're probably a couple of metres longer, but the square boundaries are still pretty short because that's the playing surface here. It's quite short square. Longer boundaries, probably a good kind of 15, 20 metres longer in ECS cricket. That one is hit and hit very well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! The tank fires. Zadran goes fuller, but it comes out a bit of a half volley. And Tank puts the big left tyre down the pitch and smacks it over the offside. What a way for Malta to finish the 6th over. It's 47 for 1. Yeah, so T10 boundaries will be back on Thursday and Friday, of course, when we do hit the T10 internationals. Yeah, well, the robot's in the chat. Always happy to see the robot saying, yeah, Piers, plenty of bicep curls being repped over the off-season. Yeah, some strong boys out there. No doubt about that. The robot saying he loves how the ECN has helped players want to get fitter and stronger. And yeah, that's definitely an incentive. Obviously playing on television and playing now in T20 internationals. It's a real incentive to become an athlete. I have an expression I like, which is you don't have to be paid to be professional. You can act professional. You can do those things like the pros. Yeah, I called it. Bilal Zalmay comes on to bowl over 7. First one's a full toss. A little bit inside out from Matthew. Come back for 2. Throw's not particularly good. I'll get it. Bilal's a very clever bowler. I suppose he's an off spinner, but he's got some good variations. In particular, he's got a really good quicker ball. It's kind of just block hole. The first one was over pitched. Another full toss, but a low one, hard to get away. Hello to Tarek as well. Hey Tarek, good to see you. He's watching from down under. There's that quicker one. Again, just got the insurance. Something I mentioned this morning was that because the straight boundaries are pretty long, you can kind of bowl to them a little bit. I'd be really trying to take away those horizontal bat shots on this ground. Sawani tosses up, it's pitched up, and it's smacked. Maximo! Eldos Matthew showing why he's been given the responsibility of the number 3 position. Yeah, nice shot. Just took it on, took on the fielder. And those boundaries, it's still fairly short. I mean, it's the actual kind of straight ones. You can get an idea of the field there. That's pretty good perspective. If you can go to kind of square leg mid-wicket or cover a point, you just got a bit more insurance, don't you? Taking a bit of time to get that ball back. Question from Julian, where in Ireland are we heading to? I'm not sure yet. It's a bit later in the season, so and I will mention that they the calendar is subject to change, so we just give you our best guess at this stage, but I think we all know it's often a few changes. One thing that we are going to see is we're going to spend a bit of time here in Malta. The spring series added to the traditional 2 we have here. That's more where Bilal wants to be. Does beat the fielder. Akib. Tarek asking, where's the future growth of ECN? Well, to be honest, sky's the limit, isn't it? I think we have seen is that European cricket is it's a format, isn't it? That I think could spread and will spread. Fired in this time from Bilal, who conceded 12 off his first over, and at the end of 7, Malta are 59 for 1. Hello to Monica, and thanks again for all the comments and all the questions. I've got a question for you as well. What did you get up to on your break? I know we had the Portugal series, so you might have told Rick already. I was pretty busy still putting the final touches on things. But yeah, let us know what you got up to and what you've been catching in the cricket world or otherwise. I did mention I did catch a bit more actual cricket than non-ECN cricket. So a fair bit of test cricket, Big Bash obviously. She attended a game down there in Australia. Hello to Lily Panda, who said she can't stay, just wants to say a quick hello. Hello Lily. Always great to see Lily in the chat. Happy new season. I think we can still say happy new season, even though technically it's day 4. All right, here's Hekmatullah Kogiani on T20I debut. Bowling to Patanka. Kogiani is a bit of a rocket, isn't he? Bats fast, bowls fast. Slides onto you there. Left armour. It's a good talent. It's in the side. A couple sitting out here. I mean, Itibasha Dida is not in the 11. He's someone I'm sure we'll see during this tournament. There's a slow ball, second up, interesting. Rolls his hand down the left side of the ball, slows it down. Well picked by Patanka, keeps it out. I think he might be setting him up for a fast one. Maybe a quick one at the stumps. Oh, quick and short, but Patanka jumps all over it. He's a tall man, he pulls well. That shot was his undoing earlier today, but this time he gets it away in front of square to the boundary. Pretty good shot. There's that attempted Yorker. Hasn't quite got it right so far, Kogiani. Patanka probably found responsible for the run out of Rocky Dinish, if I'm completely honest, but that just kind of adds to the responsibility that he'll have here. Took a 5 in the circle. So they could have one extra outfielder if they wanted, but they're electing. Just the 4's fine at the moment. Don't mind that. Maybe incentivise the batters to go over the top and take a risk. Well bowled. Kogiani, pretty good first over in T20Is. Only concedes 4, end of 8. And Malta, 63 for 1. Malta expected 153 at this stage. roundabout on par with the rate they're going so far. Interesting that I've just seen the Royal Strikers squad drop, and a couple of wild cards in there. Varun Prasath and Rocky Dinesh probably jumped out of the page at me. Bilal comes on again. He's hacked away, and that's over the top. And I wouldn't mind checking this one out because he did attack it a bit, didn't he? In fact, has gone for 6. Maximal. He goes and fetches it, doesn't he? Ildos Matthew. And just, yeah, over the top. And you could see it cleared the rope. Good call from the umps. Clipped away this time. And only a single. Austria certainly have a bit of a ranking advantage over the other two sides of this competition. And Austria, last I checked, I think they were 47 in the world. Yeah, 47. Malta 71, Hungary 75. That's not to say we're not going to have a pretty competitive week. The T20 and the T10 format, actually. That's clever bowling. Just tempted Patanka into that. Again, Patanka's comfortable. There's deep cover wide open, but wants that leg side, sets himself for it. It wasn't easy to fetch. And that was the faster one. It's hit down the ground. Oh, he's completely lost it. Not that it would have mattered, because I think that's gone... Oh, it's gone for 4, has it? Well, the sun's a factor there. And just watch him bail out there. I thought it was straight down his throat first up. And yeah, it goes for 4. So, I mean, really, that should have been out. But can't catch what you can't see. That's a big stroke of luck. Darshit Patanka and Bill Zalman might have to get another pair of sunglasses down there, quick, smart. End of 9. It's 74 for 1. There's the scorecard. So after 9 overs, the game kind of changed when Hungary were batting first earlier on. We had 2 set batters, Ghani and Sheikh Razik, and then both got out pretty quickly, and it's changed things. James certainly noted about the graphics. I know the graphics are a little bit of a work in progress, a brand new look, so obviously changing everything. Had a kind of soft launch of the season, if you like, in Portugal over the weekend. There's probably a few things that could be improved, and we're certainly working hard to make those happen behind the scenes. In particular, the overs. It's hard to tell if that's a 9 or an 8, for example. Clip away for a single to start the over. Kogiani getting a second. Yeah, but I certainly found that watching on my phone at times over the weekend. I think maybe we were blessed with the font we had before. It was very, very easy to read, but probably just a few size adjustments and stuff. We can sort that out. Fraction short on the pull and dropped. Well, set the trap. That's Razmal Shigarwal down there. He's just having a bit of a horror show in the field at the moment. Tanka likes this shot. It's a front foot pull, but he couldn't have hit it more at Razmal Shigarwal. It's kind of in the breadbasket, and out it goes. And Patanka living dangerously. Kogiani could have had his first wicket in T20Is instead. He has to try again. Pretty well bowled, solid defensive shot from Eldos Matthew. One thing you might notice, because we have our kind of backup commentary solution here today, you might hear some the background noise in the commentary box a little bit more than usual. Got the birds tweeting away. Rolling cutter there from Kogiani. Matthew will get a single. Expected score 161. I suppose, yeah, it has been around that kind of 8 and over all the way through. I mean, 160's defendable here. You've got an Austrian side that probably haven't had a lot of match practice. So maybe you can catch the batters on the hop. There's some good players in there. Tipped away. Should be looking for 2. That's a good piece of fielding though. He shuns a live wire, hurls it in once again. Last ball of the 10th over. Wow, rolling cutter. This time he jumps all over it. Change of pace. Matthew pumps it over a square. Maximo to finish the 10th and at the halfway point of the first innings of match 2. Malta 84 for 1. Sets himself deep in his crease. Basically played that on length, didn't he? And I suppose he made it a bit more leg stump with a little bit of a dance across. And so partnership building, 84 for 1 after 10. These two now put on 58 in 7 overs. 16 days until the Western Shield, which is, oh, it's not new because we had the Western Shield last year, but it certainly has gone up a notch. With 4 teams instead of just the 2 that played last year. We have a European 11 and British and Irish 11 again, but this time we have an Asian 11 taking part, and we've also got a World 11. So basically the rest of the World 11 taking part as well. We have icon players. So we have Kevin O'Brien leading the British and Irish side. We have Joe Burns leading the Europeans. We have Saeed Ajmal leading Asia. And World 11 led by Ross Taylor, the former New Zealand international. So there's plenty that is going on behind the scenes there as well. And yeah, it's all coming your way. And Ross Taylor, he's only 40 years old. 40's young these days. I think he could be doing a bit of damage. But yeah, some of these matchups we might get Saeed Ajmal to Ross Taylor, Kevin O'Brien as well. Just trying to think. I can see we've kind of got, I suppose Kevin O'Brien's an all-rounder. I wonder how he'll be used. Ajmal obviously mostly a bowler, and you got Burns and Taylor mostly batters. So yeah, I'll be curious to see exactly how they adapt to the format as well. Yeah, Julian saying you can hear the sparrows chirping in the background. We'll have Tina with me tomorrow. Tina's part of our team this year. Hello to Jice Matthew as well. Jice, good to see you. And Jice, I think, is in the Royal Strikers squad for the ECL, of course, Royal Strikers. Qualifying out of Malta. In fact, I think they might have been one of the last teams to be named. One of the last couple at least. With Pakai Care, that was, I suppose, big news over the Christmas break as well. Pakai Care absolutely dominated the Spanish T10 finals. Here's Bilal. Oh, that's good call really from Matthew. It is his call. This time he gets a response from Petanka, something that Rocky Dinish didn't do in that mix-up earlier on. Hello to Sundori. Nice to see you. Sam Jakes watching from Australia as well. Same surname as Phil Jakes, who played a bit for Australia. And the running seems to have improved a bit. Just seems to have found his rhythm a little bit now, Bilal Zalmai. Hello to Phil G as well, who's watching from Portugal. And yeah, we've got some cricket coming to you tonight from Portugal. Don't you worry about that. This one doesn't escape the infield. Yeah, big night coming up tonight. Pitched up, takes it on. Fielder comes in, drops it. Another drop catch, this time Zishan Arif. Did everything right there, had to make some ground in. And yeah, got there, got two hands to it, but just popped out. Another missed opportunity. Cobwebs, I think, maybe. First game of the season for Austria or any of the Austrian players. We get the wind picking up slightly as well. Kind of hitting into the wind there. Gets away with it. Now, in the air, bit of a teaser. Kogiani will come back for a couple. So, still no luck for Bilal Zalmai. Still wicketless after 11 overs. Malta are 89 for 1. Yeah, this is what's coming up tonight. Phil G is standing by. It's the Coimbra Knights versus Lisbon Capitals to kick things off there. And you're starting at 7 p.m. Central European time. 6 o'clock in Portugal. It's 11:30 p.m. in India. Join us for the first ECSN of the Miranda de Corvo Stadium. Great place. I was there last year, actually. Phil is kind of the king of the night series, isn't he? He did most of that night series last year. I think I took over towards the end, but he did a magnificent job. And it's a 6-team series there. And they will play 15 nights of double headers, and then the 16th night is finals night. The top 3 qualify for finals night. 2 matches every night. And certainly we'll be tuning in for that. Here's Umer Tariq. You see him on the side. I'm get a close up here. It looks like. Yeah, that's Umer Tariq. And Umer actually has something pretty rare. He took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings on this ground. And did that against Malta. I wonder if there's any battle scars. Full toss, pitched up, and Zadran puts it down, a tough chance. Just got the fingertips to it. You can't really criticise the effort though, as he made something out of nothing there, Sahil Zadran. Miss hit down towards the bottom of the bat of the tank. Zadran, you'd see it there. He hurled himself at it, but he couldn't get the full hand on it. Bit of a stinger, I think, for Sahel. Malta riding their luck here. Austria haven't been able to capitalise on some of these opportunities. Well, that's gone. So Petanka's luck runs out, and it only costs him 2 runs in the end. Again, it's a big full toss, and Petanka just loses his shape here. And it's a simple catch. Check out the replay. It's not a really good ball. loses his shape, and Bielazamo takes the catch. Patanka just loses his composure, so his luck runs out. Win some, you lose some. In the end, he's caught for 32 at just better than a run of ball, and the partnership is broken at 65. Malta 91 for 2. That was a funny one, wasn't it? Could have hit this anywhere. Maybe tried to overhit it. And Bilag seemed a bit frustrated, and yeah, so's Patanka. Varun Prasath comes out at number 4. Now, he's one guy, when he gets going, he can really turn it on, but sometimes he got it, sometimes he don't. Sahil Zadra will be breathing a bit easier after that. Let's call it a drop catch. It was a missed opportunity, perhaps. Maybe a drop catch a little bit unkind. Yeah, Phil G saying big night in Miranda de Corvo tonight. The locals, the Coimbra Knights, taking on the visiting Lisbon Capitals. Can't wait. Ben Cattle saying drops are going to cost him at this rate. Well, that one doesn't. Let's see. Tariq to Prasath, the left-hander. The weather in Portugal, pretty similar to here actually. 15 degrees and clear. We had a bit of a storm which interrupted the middle of the day here, but hopefully none of that tonight. Prasath leans on this first one. He's a born 6-hitter, Prasath, when he gets going. Hello to Blaze as well. Yeah, Blaze watching from Gibraltar, saying looking forward to seeing us at the Cartermore Oval in March. The Mediterranean Vikings will be in fine voice. Well, I've heard the Vikings have a couple of pretty good wild cards. The whispers have it that Taranjit Singh from Romania will play for the Vikings. Remembering each team gets two, I suppose, special guests, up to 2. All right, no fine legs, so Matthew gets inventive. Don't think it'll go for a boundary, but it will be 2. Matthews worked his way up to 40 now. Takes a bit of a risk there. Gets away with it. Yeah, so Taranjit Singh apparently, and I even heard that Musa Ahmed of the Netherlands might be turning out for the Mediterranean Vikings. Pitched up Matthew, growing in confidence as his innings progresses. There's Mark Simpson-Parker. That was a hat-trick for Austria, I remember, at the ECC. I'm not sure if we'll see him bowl today. It takes us to the end of the over. So 12 overs down, and Malta 95 for 2. Just kind of hanging around that 8 and over, aren't they? Yeah, Phil, best of luck tonight. Not that you need it. Actually, I think Rico talked about it a little bit. We had a bit of a kind of core commentary meeting in Zurich last week, actually. A week ago today. With myself and Rico, Corey and Tina and Phil and Danny Hudacek as well, who we're hearing a fair bit this season. There's Bilal to bowl out in the 13th. Premeditated charge from Matthew, but he's not really able to time it. Just 1 run. Prasath to be a challenge against Bilal. Might try and catch him on the crease. Well, one thing about Prasath, he's not a huge fan of footwork. Rarely moves and doesn't need to there. Slammed out of the ground. Maximo says Carreras. Hundreds up for Malta. Yeah, if Prasath batted in concrete boots, he'd look exactly the same because he's not a huge mover of the feet, but he does have a great eye. Oh, now misfield. Probably only cost him 1. But yeah, Prasath is dangerous. He's been destructive at the Cardamore Oval at times as well. He's had some struggles with injuries, Aaron Prasath, but yeah, when he gets it right, he's a weapon. Yeah, Dave calling that little dink by Eldos Matthew sexy cricket. It's pretty sexy cricket. Quicker one from Bilal. Just able to generate a lot of pace from not much. And I think that's where the surprise factor comes from. Look at the percentages here. Austria 56%, so certainly things evening up a bit. Kroom saying commentary school? No wonder Corey skipped it. Well, it was. I suppose it was commentary school. The six of us together. You might maybe hear one or two other voices this year. Obviously, Andrew Ryan, he was unable to make it. He was on other commitments in India, actually. Did Rhino. But Ryan will be part of our coverage for the ECL for a portion of the middle. Andrew Leonard's another one I hope we're able to hear from this year at times as a special guest. Oh, it tries to reverse, and it's actually going to be byes. I'm pretty sure there's no bat in this. And yeah, 4 byes. Keeper's nightmare, really. It's the last thing you're expecting. In the end, he kind of turns his head on it. You've kind of got to make a decision there as a keeper. Do you shape up for maybe a ball that gets hit to catch that, or do you kind of hold your line? And sometimes you can actually take catches there if you just take a step to the right, because the deflection might take it straight into your gloves. Anyway, a funny old end to that over. Zalmo is going to finish none for 38, 109 for 2 after 13. Yeah, Phil's saying it's funny that we had the big meeting, but we've all been apart so far, just the way it's worked out, with the Porto series being 3 days. So Rico taking care of that, and then I'm only here alone today. Tina will be here tomorrow. It's because she had football commitments, actually. So I said, yeah, that's no problem, Tina. I'll cover the first day, and you can join. I think she might be in Malta. Oh, she might have just landed, actually. And then Phil, obviously, night series generally just have the one commentator there, unless we're super lucky. Umat, full toss. Prasad's come out and been hitting the ball pretty crisply so far. Probably an ideal situation for him to come out into the second half. He certainly feels like he's a second half batter. Sometimes it's not really about the position in the order you bat, but kind of when you bat in the innings. I certainly always enjoyed batting in the second half more than the first half. It's just my personal preference. It suited my game a bit more. Oh, geez, that's pretty good fielding. Really attacked that. Akib hurled it in, well backed up as well by Shigawal. Yeah, Phil mentioning that Danny will be doing a fair few weeks this year. Obviously, Danny being Prague-based, I think we'll see him in Czechia. Might even be doing the Valletta Cup here, Danny Hudacek. And also, I think Danny's down to do France, and it's just nice because he does actually have French ethnicity. His mum's French and speaks a bit of French as well, does Danny. So I'm excited for that. Obviously, we'd all love to be everywhere at once, but the way the schedule's gone, it's just impossible, isn't it? We do a good job, I think, juggling everybody's schedules. Right off the end of the bat from Prasath this time. Yeah, the robot saying that listening to the ECN commentators feels like home. Well, it does feel like home for me, actually, to be back behind the desk. It's been 6 weeks. The longest break I've had from commentating for a number of years, actually. But it comes right back to me. Push and run this time. Matthew moves to 45. I've been told this is my commentary match 4,283. So I suppose I'll hit the 5,000 at some point. I'm pretty sure I normally do about 1,000 games a year. So yeah, putting up some incredible numbers as a team here at European cricket. That's wild shot, just loses his shape there. Prasath wanted his favourite kind of slam over mid-wicket, but the ball wasn't there for it. Well bowled by Tariq. Last ball of the 14th over. There's another one in Prasath's zone. Kind of aggressive underarm, but they will get the single. It's the end of 14. 114 for 2. He bowled that from the back line. I wonder if that was deliberate. He got himself in a funny position though, just because he ended up on that side of the pitch. Tariq was between the ball and the stumps. 6 overs remaining, 8 wickets in hand. I think they've got the licence now, Malta. Put the foot down. And this looks like a change of bowling. And I think it's Hamid Safi. It's a long way from where I am, but it looks like Hamid Safi who's going to bowl. So he's going to have his first spell in a T20 international. 3 debutants for Austria, with Hamid Safi of Graz Cricket Academy coming in, Janak Gelzai of Snassi, the Siva Nataraja Academy of Sport for Youth, and also Hector Kogiani coming in. So here's Safi with his first ball in T20I cricket. And it is hit, it's up, it's in the air, and it's caught. It's a dream start for Safi, who gets the wicket of Varun Prasath, who couldn't resist. Prasath went, but he went for the long boundary, and he just pulled up short. Tariq takes the catch, and Safi, he joins what must be a pretty exclusive club of players take a wicket with their first ball in a T20 international. Prasath knew straight away, didn't get all of it. And Austria have certainly dropped more than they've taken, but that one was well pouched at long off. Prasath is looking good, but he goes for just a dozen, and the score 114 for 3. Afi Khan comes out to bat. Had a few options up their sleeve. Not running out of wickets. Matthew at the other end on 45. Safi, what a start for him. Backed up by his teammate Umar Tariq. Yeah, Safi, a bit of a live wire. I remember him a lot for Graz Cricket Academy. Had some interesting results last year as well in the ECS Austria. Hello to Will Jennings in the chat saying, can't imagine seeing 5,000 games of cricket, let alone commentating on them. I like to kid myself I love cricket, but that is a whole different level. Well, I do love it. By the way, I'm not alone. Rico's well in the 3,000s now, I think. And really, a lot of our viewers must be in the thousands when I think about it, and a lot of our staff as well. So, yeah, it's a privilege to be able to do this, and honestly, I think we've got the best gig in the cricket universe, really, to be able to do it day in, day out. Clipped away one. They want 2 here. Oh, they're going to get it. I think the fielders were a little bit unsure who was going to pick that ball up. Allowed them to double back. Yeah, Will, great to see you. Where are you watching from? Let us know. ECN European Cricket Network. Oh, the robots come up with a good one here as well. Slow ball. And he's checking his shot there. I wonder if they want to just... No, they sorted it out now. Matthew back on strike. On 46. And the Rocky 4 reference. Well appreciated, robot. Fraction short, goes for it and taken. Well, Mark Simpson-Parker has one of the surest pairs of hands in European cricket. And he took that one well. It was low, it was to his right, it was dipping slightly. And Safi has 2 wickets in his opening over in T20Is. Bookends it first and last, and that's the end of Matthew. He misses out on the half century, he's out for 46. Malta now 116 for 4. Matthew's a good knock from him. 3 sixes and a 4 in his 46, but he's the 4th to fall. And it's 116 for 4. There's 5 overs remaining. Disappointment for Matthew. This is what's coming up tomorrow in international action here in Malta, with Austria taking on Hungary in the first match. They haven't played as yet, and then the home side are back in match 4. Malta take on Hungary, and hopefully that game's not interrupted. We know that Hungary won on DLS after the Malta innings had to be stopped after only 5 overs of the 20. So yeah, that's all coming up. Same time tomorrow, 8 AM GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 PM in India. Tina Goff, of course, will be with me tomorrow as well. Nice catch that by Mark Simpson-Parker. Tariq has 2 overs up his sleeve. Good death bowler. That's when he took that 6 for one of only 12 6-wicket hauls we've had in ECN T10 cricket. And the only time that a player has taken 2 hat-tricks in an innings. We have seen 2 hat-tricks in an innings one other time. Germany in the ECC did it. Dave letting us know we passed 435,000 subscribers. Great news, Dave. I expect we're just going to keep hitting the sky. Oh, that looks pretty close. Wonder if this is single leg bias. Live, it looked pretty good. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, maybe just going down the leg side, but not by much. That's probably a good decision. You can see 2 stumps. Is that hitting? Oh, maybe, but maybe it's probably not good enough. Hanging edge this time, 3rds up in the circle. Let's say that's going to run away. Bilal makes the chase. And get back for 2. If he wasn't sure. I think he thought it was going to go for 4. He thought, all right, that'll be 4. But then takes off and does get back for 2. I think we'll get to 500,000 this season. What do you think? You let me know what you think, but I think we're hitting 500,000. Pitched up, Affy takes it on, short boundary, but fielder will take the catch. Yeah, he pulls up just short. So a nice bit of catching there. It's Janan Gelzai, is also on debut. Yeah, I thought for a second that he had enough with this, but it just held up, didn't it? And Gelzai did well. Austria's starting to hold their catches, and it's funny how good things are starting to happen. takes it on. Afi probably liked it off the bat. See, just a step inside the boundary, but yeah, Afi, unfortunately for him, he'll have to go. 5th wicket to fall, 120 for 5. Umar Tariq with his second breakthrough. This is where you're normally trying to ramp it up, but they've been kind of steady at that kind of 7.5 to 8 and over all throughout this innings. Nias Mohammed is coming to the side for Malta for this game. Didn't see him in the 11 this morning. He's in for Sobu George. Oh, I like this as well from the robot, saying MSP GPT provides an incredible level of improved catching efficiency. Well, it's a very technological reference. I do know the robot, being a huge fan of technology, is particularly interested in AI. So, yeah, MSP GPT coming soon. Jace Matthew also saying bad luck to Eldos, misses out on a well-deserved 50. Get another opportunity though, I'm sure. Oh, this is up in the air. It's not going to carry down to Zadran. Zadran's had a little bit of the fumbles at times as well. We'll get to. That's the end of the over. 122 for 5, 4 overs remaining. Wasn't really a fumble, more than a misjudgment. A little bit of the old side spin. Side, I don't know what you call it. Not really spin. It's kind of clunked sideways, didn't it? But yeah, 122 for 5, 4 overs remaining. You can see how that run rate's been incredibly stable, hasn't it? It hasn't moved too much at all. If they keep up at this rate, they're kind of heading for kind of 150s, low 150s. Hamid Safi comes back, full of confidence. Right up in the block hole, turn down the run. And Nias, pretty clever bowler, had a lot of success last year in the ECS. The Innings Knights. Throws about at this, but only get one, so pretty good shutdown job happening at the moment for Austria. Hello to Steve McVeigh, good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. This one's kind of curving away from the fielder. Do well to cut it off though. Get 2 that time. Very close to knocking Jaspal over. Jaspal did get a hit earlier, batted number 3, batted briefly in the first game. It's gone straight over the stumps. Attempts a big heave. It's not really his game, Jaspal. He's a better player than that. He's probably feeling the pressure of time running out. Into 17, 126 for 5. Yeah, Steve saying he's absolutely enjoying T20s on ECN. Yeah, we love having T20s on. I mean, it's almost a practicality thing. More games means more involvement, more teams, more players. And there are sometimes we are able to show domestic T20s, but yeah, probably just the kind of the economic realities are, more matches. It's important to kind of keep continuing what we're doing here at ECN. And I am excited that we've kind of developed a whole new form of cricket. Here's Umet bowled out. Low full toss, normally a pretty good ball. I just think with straight boundaries being long, low full toss is a pretty good ball to bowl, and yeah, almost results in return catch. Not quite. Yeah, he got a hand on that, didn't he? So if you want to be really harsh, that's another drop catch. Pretty tough one though. No full toss. And they don't get a run. Attempt to change of pace, I think, there from Umet Tariq. Must have such happy memories of this ground. Yeah, Steve said he was drinking a fair bit of port over the weekend in Porto. I can't blame you. I don't mind a bit of port, actually. On my long haul flights, on my trips back to see family and friends in Australia, have come to enjoy a glass of port. It's in the T20s versus T10s debate, I suppose. One of the things is with T10s, you typically see more cricket. So occasionally see a T20 that finishes very, very early. And those early finishes are kind of more playing time missed. So put it this way, if you finish a T20 halfway through the second innings, that's 10 overs you miss out on, whereas it would only be 5 if it was a T10 match. Well bowled, Tariq's delivering here, 2 for 17, his spell, just 2 balls remaining. Very rarely lets you down, Umet Tariq. Thinking they might bowl here. 2 overs to go after this. Hamid Safi's doing such a good job, he's got 2 for 6 off 2. I don't know if I'd change him, I think I'd continue with him. This one's up in the air. Fielder comes around and won't be able to make the stop. And it's going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 carreras. Well, if Zishan Arif was kind of on that line, then he probably catches this, because he had to make ground. You can see it bounces just over the rope, and Zishan ends up over the wall. Yeah. Goes the journey, handy runs for Malta. Just lost their way slightly. Jaspal moves to 9. And then he gets beaten. So, all things considered, it's a very good spell from Umet Tariq. Goes less than run a ball, 2 for 23, his figures. And after 18 overs, Malta 133 for 5. Yeah, hello to Jude. He's asking, which ground is this? Well, this is the Marsa International Cricket Ground, part of the Marsa Sports Club. Marsa is just a sub-region of Malta. But Steve, you'll have to tell me about the port reviews. In fact, I had a friend who went to Porto just on a holiday a couple of months ago, and it sounded like they had a great time. So I'm actually considering it. Not that I get too many holidays. All right, they are going to continue with Hamid Safi. Good call, I think. Now that's in the air. It's hanging a long time. Fielder goes back an awkward one, but it's taken. Great catch from Aki Iqbal, the captain. And it's a 3rd wicket for Hamid Safi on debut. Just driving on the up. Aki Iqbal takes a great catch running back with the flight of the ball. It was down towards the bottom of the bat. That's why it goes so high. Jaspal knew straight away that he might be in trouble. But Aqib Iqbal, he's a genuine triple threat, bat ball in the field. Was never going to get to long off, so Aqib had to be the one. And it's the end of Jassi out for 4 and Malta 134 for 6. Yeah, they were 84 after 10 overs. Right now they're 50 in the second 10 overs. Admittedly, still 11 balls to go. Malta now back around to that 24%. Round about where they started. Wasim Abbas gets a hit. Can hit the odd long ball, Wasim. Bit surprised to see him above Kasuda Sanan, but maybe they just think he's a big hitter. And that's what we need in this stage. We're into the 19th over, so why not? Only got to lose. Wow, well, he's just pinned the ears back on that. This one will have enough to go over Aqib. They'll get back for 2. What a shot first up. Well, that's why Wasim's out there. Gave that in the kitchen sink. Bang. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat. Swashbuckle to get off the mark for Wasim. Making his approach pretty clear. Safi. Last overhill ball. That one's laced. And 1 bounce 4. Cracking shot from Wasim Abbas. Well, he's some kind of form here, isn't he, Wasim? No, he might have to give his number 11 membership card back. Sorry, I have seen him batting for Malta before, but couple of real aggressive shots, well executed to start his innings. Interesting game, this one. Feels a bit light on, but you never know. No ball called. Ill directed anyway. But yeah, I have a feeling probably, I know we've got the slow-mo, umpire goes on what they see, but I feel that he landed actually behind the line. I don't think that should have been no ball actually. But anyway, we'll be free hit. Umpire's got to make the call in real time. You can't blame for that. The bowler really shouldn't be pushing it that far anyway. I should get 2 here. Decide against it. Cramps him up this time. Oh. Gets back safely, but they won't get a run. So 1 over to go, and Malta 144 for 6. They really have been tracking this same run rate like the whole innings, haven't they? There's the bowling figures. Safi, fantastic effort from him in his first T20 international. 3 for 15 off 3 overs. Tariq's bowled out 2 for 24, so you need to find someone to bowl the last. That someone is Hikmatullah Kogiani. 2 overs, none for 14 so far. I like that. I mean, Iqbal must have been tempted to go back to himself. Sahil Sadran maybe, but yeah, Kogiani face a left-hander. I think he's got some good variations. He's a good choice. We had a number of good choices though. Gets it right first up, no run. Slow ball, clever bowling, mishandled though. Abbas, a big swing and a miss. They'll get through for a bye. For all money, they've just seemed that there'll be 150s all the way through this innings, Malta. But can they drag themselves over that mark? Got a push here. Oh, Abbas didn't really run the first one hard. Now they're going the long way and they're going to get it. Interesting choice. Went back to the keeper. That throw had a bit of hang time. Almost a one short there. It was a funny way he put the bat over the line. They get back for 2. Three balls to come. Rolling cutter hits it straight at the field. It probably won. Well, we had a bit of everything there. And actually, batter crashes into Kogiani. Nias Mohammed, but Nias is the one on the floor, despite him having all the protective equipment. I was going to say, this is one I'm probably not even throwing. Just saying, all right, take the one, it's fine. But hurls it back. It's always going to be tough for the bowler to pick that ball up. And the result's a hard single. Look at where he's batting here. Yeah, bit too clever by half. It should be a run out. It will be a run out. So, Abbas trying to, I suppose, trying to dare Kogiani to bowl at the stumps. And he says, look, I'm just going to bowl him a normal ball. And because he then backs away, he's nowhere near it, and he'll be run out. I suppose you don't know if you don't try, though. And Abbas did play a couple of nice shots in his 8. He's the 7th wicket to fall, and Malta 148 for 7. Pretty easy stuff there for Aslan Arif behind the stumps. Just getting the ball back to the bowler, who did the rest. That's a pretty good shot first up. Clipped away. Again, they'll go for 2. Good throw has his goose cooked here. It's a big drop. Well, Arif got in an awkward position there. And he will get back. So you can see Nias got the strike back, but yeah, just was lurching forward, wasn't he, in the end? So in fact, that will be the last ball of the innings, and they will bring up the 150 with that shot. So yeah, 150 for 7, nice even total again. We saw 180 scored earlier on today, and today on match 2, I should say, 150 for 7, 151 the target for Austria. Let's have a look at the highlights of this first innings. Yeah, well, that's going back even further, actually. But if you want to get into this game, we'll tell you that it was Austria winning the toss and electing to bowl first. Same opening combination out there of Darshan Patanka and Rocky Dinesh. And Rocky was run out in a bit of a schmozzle. Darshan Patanka did make his way to 32 before he wasn't able to negotiate that full toss. Prasath came out to join Eldos Matthew, who was putting together a nice little innings. Prasath was looking dangerous, as he does sometimes. That one confused everyone, resulted in 4 byes. And yeah, Malta, I mean, I'd say it's an unremarkable innings, but it just was consistent kind of scoring. And it stayed at 8 and over. It just kept being 8 and over, 8 and over. I suppose they did slow down a little bit. I think that Hamid Safi had a lot to do with that, with 3 wickets on debut. Nice catch there by MSP, low down to his right. And they had 84 in the first half, and they had 66 in the second. So yeah, a bit of a deceleration, but it was around about kind of 7.5 and over. 7.5 to 8 even. That one did get away. But yeah, Safi, I liked his energy. I liked that they trusted him to bowl another over when they had other more experienced options to go back to. That was a great catch, wasn't it, by Akib Iqbal. He's an absolute superstar. Abbas, I think read the improvisational manual upside down. It resulted in a run out. Did get Nias Mohammed back on strike, who scrambled a 2 from the last ball. And as a result, it's 150 to Malta after being asked to bat first here in match 2. Quick hello to Jacob, who's popped into the chat. Terre to you, Jacob. If you want to know what's happened, here it is. 46 for Eldos Matthew. Bit unlucky to miss out on his half century. Played some nice strokes while he was there. 3 6s and a 4. 32 for the tank. Batting first up. 20 for Danish. He was actually looking all right before he got run out. An absolute mix-up, both batters at one end. 15 late in the piece from Nias Mohammed. And a little cameo from Wasim Abbas gets Malta to 150. But will it be enough? Austria with the bowling. Well, the wickets all came at the bottom there. 5th and 6th bowler, Umar Tariq with 2 for 24. But for me, Safi had to be the best of the bowlers on debut. 3 for 15. Made an immediate impact. In fact, took a wicket with his first ball in a T20 international and kept things very tight as well. Shout out to Sahel Zadran. I thought bowled pretty well as well. 3 overs, none for 19. We'll take a break. Back in around about 10 minutes with the final innings of the day before we hand it over to Portugal for 2 T10 matches in the night series tonight. Austria 150-1 to win against Malta, the hosts. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo. We're joining you very shortly for the exciting conclusion of opening day here in this ECN Malta T20I Tri Series. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Victorinox and Rado. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second innings of this second match. Winnie Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you, taking you through all the action, and yeah, we're getting ready for it should be a pretty exciting conclusion to this match. The story so far is that Malta asked to bat first, scored 150, so Austria coming out to bat for the first time in the series. Earlier on in the day, Malta had to take the loss against Hungary, who ended up winning on Duckworth-Lewis-Stern by 8 runs, as Malta were 30 after 5 overs when the rain came in response to Hungary's 180. So look, for me, it's probably 20 to 25 off par, but this Austrian team, they have a take-no-prisoners approach. I imagine they're going to be pretty aggressive. That might work, might not. So in Malta, one thing they'll want to work on is their catching. I think they were a bit disappointing, dropping some easy catches earlier. Can't afford to do that against the Austrians. David Marks to get things going, the marksman. They have retained Afi Khan behind the stumps. Here we go. 151 to win for Austria. It's going to start with a cut. 2 fielders on that shot. And it's going to be stopped. It wasn't exactly textbook, was it? Foot fielding to get us going. In fact, they'll only get a single there. Wazim, pretty fortunate there. Hit his heel and didn't bounce over the line. So Bilal Zalmay out there with Zishan Arif. So Austria as listed. Hello to Cosmic Nano, who's watching, I think, from Texas. Hopefully you're well. James is in there saying hello to you as well. Edged and dropped. Well, right on cue. You wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to be a fielder today. I mean, it wasn't an easy one. It was a bit of a finger tipper, admittedly, but down it goes. Marks will be disappointed. I mean, that's exactly why I had the slip in there. Okay, middle, it was pretty high. That's short. That is put away. Bilal, send that a long way over the boundary. Maximo. Well, wound open, salt rubbed in, because Bilal should have never been on strike. If that catch is taken, then there's a new batter on strike, but Bilal hooks this one. Tex mark kind of hook. And 6 runs the result. Prasath has a word to Marks. These guys know each other really well, even if they're rivals at the club level. Obviously, it's something pretty special when you pull your national shirt on. Luke as well. And so the upcoming fixtures on ECN, well, I can tell you, it's a pretty simple schedule, really. We've got Malta during the day, we've got Portugal during the night. Until the 18th of February, then we'll have 5 days of the Western Shield at the Cartmore Oval, followed by 4 weeks of the ECL at the Cartmore Oval. And it is the last innings of the day, so I'm going to open random questions as well. If you want to have a go at that. I suppose we normally do that in the last game of a T10 day. I suppose this is it's got the last 20 overs, potentially, of the day. It's a long way across his stumps here, Zalmay. Take one. Oh, miss hit. And it hasn't been caught. Just was on his heels there, Eldos Matthew. I thought it was coming a bit further than it was, and hesitation cost him the chance to turn this into a catch. Oh. A couple of halfies going down early. Marks kicking himself here. Last ball the over. Slower ball, good one. So I'm happy to take the one, retain the strike, end of the first. And Austria lucky to escape without losing a wicket there. 11 without loss after one. This will be a big win for Malta. Remember how the rankings work in T20 international cricket as well. So Austria are 47 and Malta are 71. And if Malta were to beat a team that are ranked higher than them, it would be a big boost for them in the rankings. I suppose for Austria, and they can continue to build on their ranking by racking up wins, but there is a kind of banana peel effect. Marks, 11 off his over, hands it over to Wazim Abbas, bowled really well earlier on today. %, says the computer. Likes Austria's chances. Here's Abbas. Abbas is a difference maker though. He's a guy who always kind of runs in and really gives you everything he's got. Six over power play in effect right now, of course. This one misses by a fair bit. I'll have to be rebowled. Hello to Rabbi Jim. Nice to see you. Hello to Timothy Lucas as well. Bassett Omari, great to see you in the chat. Watching from Austria, no doubt. Hello to all my friends in Austria. And hello to all my friends here in Malta. A lot of them are here at the ground, but hello to everyone watching on TV and all my Hungarian friends as well. And this is a tight one there. Strange one, really. Kind of thigh-high full toss. In ECN cricket, that's probably approaching a no ball in the T10 format. You can argue it was waist high. If that hits, he's gone. And another, I suppose, missed opportunity. That was a tough one, though. Bilal has gears, actually, when he bats. Saw him lifting the trophy for Cricketer CC last year in the ECS Austria. But you can see in the T20 format, he's willing to kind of play the ball on its merits. He's not afraid to kind of keep one out, block one. Maybe to work something for a single. He's not always looking to try and hit boundaries or sixes. Pretty well bowled. Jams down on this. There's no fine leg either, so he's going to get the opportunity to get a couple of runs. An errant throw coming back in. Rico might have popped into the chat, did he? Didn't Rico do a good job in Portugal? That Portugal-Spain series is really exciting. In the end, Spain won the T10 series 2-1 and Portugal won the T20s 3-1. If you take out the 5-over lottery game, it's kind of 3-3. I suppose 4-3 to to Portugal on points, but really good kind of warm up for the season. Also, you can see, particularly with that Spain team, players pushing for selection. Some players not qualified for full T20 internationals yet. That's why they weren't official T20 internationals, but they were friendlies. The players like Saman of Nayak took 4 for yesterday and 50 as well to press their cases once they're eligible to play full T20 internationals. 2 overs down then, Austria 18 without loss. Abbas goes for 7 in his first over. Beautiful blue skies here. You'd never know that we had that big storm earlier, and it was a pretty big storm actually. There's the standings. You can see these two teams without a win. Of course, Austria, it's their first game. Each team will play 4 matches in this T20 portion of the week. T20I Tri Series is Marks. Goes after this thick edge. Plays for roulette, gets away with it, and it's going to end up, well, I think it's going to be 4. It has been called 4. It's a bit of an awkward one. It's a classic too many cooks situation, really, and poor Marks is on the end of it again. Have a look at it here. It's 2 fielders out on this, and that's kind of the problem because they both come together. They don't know whose it is. You've got Sudasanan trying to stop himself, really. That's going to be 4. Austria 91%. Hit on the up, hit pretty well. It's going to plug though. It'll be a teaser for the fielder. He's going to have to chase it all the way. But the ball does get there. 4 carreras. That was belted actually, but just with this outfield, the first bounce is the bounce that kind of tells you how far it's going to travel. Because it is still pretty boggy underfoot. See this bang, and just slows it down, but still has enough to get it to the rope. Change of pace there, Mark's not afraid to use it at any time in any situation. Got to say, I'm impressed with the officials today. That's been Emma Hotch on screen. Also, Shanika Fernando and Venkatesh Sridhara have been taking charge, and yeah, they haven't been noticed too much, which is normally a sign of a good officiating panel. Rafi Khan up to the stumps now to Marks. It's going to be challenging. It kind of has its pros and cons, but you know, Marks gets it wrong. There's big minimo risk. There's no one back at fine leg. Third's pretty square. Slower ball. Yeah, it's a good take from Rafi Khan. Interesting shot selection there from Zishan. Probably not the shot to play. It's a bit short to try and sweep. Well taken from Maltese Gloveman. One's pace on, cracked. Well fielded out there. That's where Sudasanan fielded so well for all strikers last year. It's a gun really in that position. He is a very good keeper. I was wondering whether they might split the keeping duties just to kind of reduce the workload of Afi Khan, but they've gone with him in that position twice. So they obviously feel he's the option there. And also probably they feel that Sudasanan gives you a bit more in the field. Rocky Dinesh is another option. All the way across here. The pad. Looks like that'll be 2 leg byes to finish the over. Marks finishes his second. Wonder if he'll get a third. Maybe maybe later. It's 3 overs down, 29 without loss. Big hello to Lance as well. Good to see you in the chat. Whatever's on your mind, now's the time. Throw it down. Got a little bit of a break after this game before the night series starts. So right now it's 3:30 European time. You imagine this game's got about another hour and a bit to go. So let's call it at 4:45, maybe 5 o'clock. And then it'll be 7 o'clock European time tonight. 6 o'clock in the UK and Portugal. GMT 6 o'clock, and 11:30 in India for that. Razim Abbas. Keeper up. Turn around the corner. Geez, this is gaining speed at the moment. That'll be 4. Abbas, a bit of length. Got to say, I'm not so sure about having the keeper up to Wazim Abbas. I think you're a good chance of a little edge or something. It's not like these guys are charging a lot. I know it does kind of create some pressure. But yeah, I think Afi Khan's going back now. I think even though he can keep up, I'm not saying he can't keep up to Wazim Abbas. I think maybe it's not strategically the right option right now. You'd hate to have a little feather put down because you're up. And some bowlers just put off a little bit by it as well. All right, that's up in the air. Fielder coming around, can't quite make up the ground. They'll come back for 2. I suppose the other thing with Abbas is he bowled really well earlier, just with the keeper in the orthodox position. He took 3 for 31 and consistently was able to hit the timber. So, yeah, don't change it if it ain't broke. He's a little bit out of his crease, but nothing crazy, and he just go back half a step. Well, that time he does get on the front foot. I can certainly see what Afi Khan's thinking. I'd probably be thinking the same things as well. If he's going to get on the front foot and get out of his crease, and maybe you can get up and stump him. But also, sometimes you've got to say, well, is that tactic hurting you? You know he'll go back in his crease. If you go up, maybe you'll make a mistake getting too front foot conscious. And there's Rocky Dinesh. Yeah, one of 3 keepers in the team. I've also seen Amar Sharma keep at times. I think he'll be used for his off spin. He was pretty effective earlier on as well. So what's that, 4 keepers? Yeah, I've seen Darshit Patanka keep as well. Well, there's 5. Genuine bouncer this time, but played in front of square. There's the tank. James is off. And he said it's been great to have myself back and Cosmic Nano back as well. So yeah, have a good one, everybody. Have a good one, James. Abbas searching for a breakthrough. Premeditated charge this time. This is kind of what I'm saying. If somebody charges, and they're only charging because the keeper's back, by the way, but they might charge themselves into a mistake, and that was almost a mistake. Almost found the fielder. But the funny thing is if you're going to keep up, then they're not going to charge. So I guess you don't know what'll happen. That one hits the stumps, but Pilal safely home. End of the over. 37 without loss after 4. Decent opening partnership, obviously going at the rate. 7.5 and over was required at the start of this innings, and on top of that at the moment, 10 wickets in hand. Change up now. Give Marks a spell. They're going to go to Jaspal Singh. Well, this worked perfectly before, actually. Jaspal was able to break through with a big wicket. But only actually bowled that one over. It was the 5th over, and he got the big wicket of Zishan Kukikal. Jaspal maybe turning into a 5th over specialist, who knows? Austria cruising through this power play at the moment. Bilal, happy to have a look at that one. You can just kind of see Bilal. He's got slightly different DNA to some of the other, the archetypal kind of Austrian bash, bash, bat. Bilal is able to play a slightly longer innings, be a bit more selective. Well, right on cue. He's going to go after this. Going to pull up. It's a proper plugger, actually. And they're only going to get 2. But yeah, Bilal decides, okay, had a look at the first one. This time he's on the charge. You can see he's always just going to plug in the surface. Probably conscious as well that there's only 10 balls left now in the power play, so if he thinks he can get after it, he's going to try. If he can't, comes up to the stumps now to Jaspal. It's a longer format, but also I suppose you don't really have the clock ticking down on you the way it does in T10. Oh, what a shot! Bilal Zame, I know he likes to play that one. That won't quite go for 4, but probably deserved it. Summed up the field and said, yeah, look, there's nobody back there. I'm going to go for it. And I've got a good feeling that's going to be outside the off stump, so I'm going to be able to. Jeez, he's very, very coordinated to be able to pull that off. Doesn't get the boundary, though. So 2 2s in consecutive balls. Lights, camera, action from Bilal. Oh, this is a bit of a filthy hack, to be honest, from Bilal. Look, one thing I like about Bilal, he's an unpredictable character. And I think he's made up his mind here. All right, power play's ticking away. They've got a whole field up on the leg side. So yeah, I'm gonna go for it. See what he does this ball. He thinks the same again. He's going to get it. He's going to get just enough. Going, and plugging another. That time it's only going to be 1, actually. I should have got 2, but he felt it was going to be a boundary. You can see this is the thing about this field. It gets spongy underneath. He thought, well, that's got to be going for 4, surely. But it comes from the sky. It just kind of thwacks into the surface and doesn't go a lot further. Well done by Eldos, who never gave up on the chase. Rolling off cutter this time from Jaspal. Pretty good over. I wonder if he gets a second over this time, because he deserves it. End of the 5th over. And Austria, 43 without loss after 5. This is a look at the ECL draw. And, of course, we're really looking forward to that. We have a great 5 days of the Western Shield, which leads into the ECL this year as well. And starting with Group A, and I know that match 1 is Darmstadt CC versus Dreux. That is going to be power-packed. Hornchurch and Northern CC headlining Group B, but also don't count up the Austrian Cricket Tigers. They've got a lot of players that are on the field right now. We're playing in this game right now, and Byron with the likes of Sajid Afridi and Sinan Khan, Aslam Ahmed, and Al Fatah from Cyprus in Group B. Group C will see Grange for the first time. Raw Strikers of Malta with some very, very heavy hitters. Priyam Pushparajan has been a star for the Raw Strikers, but like other players such as Chandra Sudasanan's here. I know Jace Matthews is watching right now. Skanderborg of Denmark, as well as Christiania of Norway and Sophia Stars. team kind of, it's a current iteration of Indo-Bulgarians. Pakake Badalona were the last qualifiers, qualifying on the 12th of January in the Spanish qualifiers. But Ezruk Nomads making their debut, but they're a team that we know, a very, very good team. Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed. Brno of Czechia, Zagreb Assassins will return. So 2 returning sides have got scores to settle. Budapest Blinders, the Hungarian side, picked up a couple of wild cards. I think you're going to make your head spin. I think earlier we were talking about Mediterranean Vikings picking up a couple with Taranjit Singh and also potentially Musa Ahmed. Lisbon of Ireland, Voorburg VCC from the Netherlands, Ariana CC making their debut, Empire CC returning, the Strikers, their first ever ECL, 2 Jersey sides, Wolfendanger Optimists, probably the best name we've ever had, Istanbul KSK, who could ever forget their start to their ECL. Well, that one's just kind of clipped from a leg stump line by Zishan Arif, who's going to get 4. Eldos Matthew being brought on. Yeah, doesn't quite get the line right here. Eldos bowled towards the end earlier on, none for 24. Yeah, so it's going to be an exciting ECL. Same format as last year. It's a very popular format. 7 groups, and each group's like its own little mini tournament, really. Win your group, come back. And yeah, Hornchurch from England defending their title, but it won't be easy. Oh, that was very close to the bottom edge. I wonder if there was a little tickle on it. Yeah, it was an edge, clear edge, but it goes to ground. Doesn't carry it, I don't think, to... Doesn't carry it Afghan Khan. Yeah, Mediterranean Vikings. They'll be throwing a spanner in the works there. Indies will be keen to make amends as well from Guernsey. All right, well, that's top edge. It's in the air. Should be a simple catch. And it's taken. So Nias Mohammed takes the catch, and Zishan Arif is going to go for 26. Matthew has had a good game. And almost a half century with the bat. This one, I suppose, just challenging Zishan Arif to go the horizontal bat stroke, but he was kind of beaten for pace. Nias does the rest. And Austria lose their first wicket. Malta finally with the breakthrough into 6th over. It's 47 for 1. Zishan will be disappointed. He makes a start, but can't go on with it. Not the first time today we've seen a top edge result in a dismissal. Nias, who took that catch, he's been brought into the side. I wonder if he'll get a chance with the ball. He's quite a canny bowler. You've had to compare him to a bowler in the Austrian side. It's probably Bilal Salmai. Nias bowls kind of off spin, but with a few variations. Razmal Shigawal, the new batter, very talented individual. We'll actually see him for Team Europe in a couple of weeks. Right now. Just work that one away, won't get off the mark. Razmal, former captain of Austria, has given up the captaincy now. But yeah, there's a purity about the batting of Razmal Shigawal when he gets it right. It's almost impossible to bowl to. Big hello to Trip, who's watching from the USA as well. Compliments of the season. Happy ECN New Year, everyone. Although, yeah, I suppose we have had 3 days in Portugal. That was kind of week 0. We're into week 1 now. That one is pulled away and 4 runs. Tries a similar ball to Zeldos Matthew. This time it doesn't work out so well. Shigawal's off the mark with 4. Razmal It's good off the front foot, good off the back foot as well. End of the power play. 50's up as well for Austria. 51 for 1. Yeah, Razmal Shigawal doesn't have a T20I 100, but he's got 990 runs now. Look at the respective Manhattans. Yeah, 51 in the power play for Austria. You compare that to Malta, who didn't have the worst start either. And actually, they were 47 for 1, so not too far away. Jaspal does get a second over this time. Slight misfield will result in a single first up. Yeah, Razmal, high score of 95 not out in T20Is. He's got a high score of 96 in T10 cricket. So, it's one guy. You know, when you start to talk about probably the best batters that haven't scored 100 on ECN that we've seen, I think Razmal Shigawal, I feel like he'd be top of the list, if I'm completely honest. A lot of the time, it's where he bats, so he doesn't often open. Sometimes we've seen it, but often we'll bat 3 or 4. But yeah, maybe this will be the year for Raz. Get the chance, obviously, this week. And also, in the ECI T10s as well. This kind of guy could easily throw up to the top of the order. Just spotted someone in the chat as well. Oh, that was hit hard. I think Chassis was right to get the hand out of the way there. Smashed by Bilal Zalmat. Don't think he would have caught it anyway, even if he went for it. Really brisk day. Yeah, so the person I spotted in the chat was none other than Tina Goff, Christina Goff, in the chat. Hello to you, Tina. Hopefully you're well. Saying afternoon all. Afternoon, Tina. Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Where are you? Are you in Malta yet? Are you at the hotel? Great to have you on board. The host team here, hoping for a few breakthroughs, trying to slow down these Austrians who are on track for a victory at the moment, but still plenty of cricket to play before the afternoon's done. Take us to the end of the 7th over, 55 for 1. And they've just got that run rate down below 8. Now, Malta have the Austrians going down below 8 and over, and they need to keep them below 7.5 through the innings, basically, to win the game. All right, so looks like I'm going to have a change, and Varun Prasad is going to bowl. So we're going to see some spin for the first time. Prasad bowling at the other end compared to the one that he bowled from in match 1. So just probably feeling the left arm spinner, potentially turning the ball away from the right-hander is the way to go. It's over 8. Oh, edge, genuine edge really, but finds the gap. They'll come back for a couple, but that was a very lucky moment for Shigawal. Could have easily gone to hand. Dave mentioning the graph. And then I'll say this before, I'll say it again. There'll be a few little changes, I think, just to make everything a bit more readable. I do love the look of it. I've got to say, I do love the look of it. It's important as well. I mean, even right now, you might be looking on your phone. Bilal's faced 19 balls for his 20. Might not be able to see that if you're from a long way away, or maybe the resolution on your phone or your screen isn't particularly the top one. Push and run. It's experience as well from Sugarwal. Plays it with soft hands. Runs over it for a single. Yeah, Tina's in the hotel, raring to go tomorrow. Well, Tina, don't forget, you get your welcome drink at between 6 and 7. Just remind you of that. Bring your little token. Reverse and gone. Well, Bilal tries it, and he actually gets a piece of it, but he picks the wrong fielder. And he's going to have to go. So Malta catch a break. Bilal does play that shot so well, doesn't he? But it's a risky shot for a reason. It's a slight top edge, and what a catch by Jaspal Singh. He's been a little bit suspect under the high ball today, Jaspal, but that one was comfortable. And Bilal has to walk out for 20, off 20 in this 2020. And Austria now 58 for 2. It's the breakthrough they needed, Malta. Those two do have the potential to take the game away from you pretty quickly. Here's Mark Simpson-Parker coming out to bat. I've got to say, last year he was in the form of his life, playing for Vienna CC in the European Cricket Series. And Mark's also known as one of the real nice guys of European cricket. Born in Austria, played all his cricket in Austria. His mum and his dad played for Austria. Sister plays for Austria. The first one's a careful little prod and doesn't go too far. And the challenge now is just kind of stay above that required rate. And for the first time, they've just dipped below the rate required. It's nothing to panic about. Oh, he's dropped. He absolutely moosed it. And Amar Sharma, to be honest, credit to him, he had a crack at it, but that was smashed. It was up to his right. Bang. Down it goes. That's a finger breaker. Sharma's still going to have to bowl, I imagine, this innings. Simpson-Parker dropped on naught. Still is early in the season, so thinking of 2 here, I won't get it. So, batting's a real tough one, actually, to find your touch. It's such a small margin you have when you're trying to time the ball. End of the 8th over, and Austria 59 for 2. Prasath, he's kind of a bit of a chameleon with the ball, isn't he? I used to see him bowl seam up, but he's got that ability to bowl that spin as well. You can see they're pretty much right on that line. Can't see it that well there, but they're on track. So the only thing that really can derail Austria, I think, a bunch of wickets. Jaspal's going to get the 3rd over now. Austria down to 64%. A lot higher than that earlier. Keeper up. Simpson-Parker faces up. Drives this. It actually gets into the gap. I'll get more than one now. I'll get 2. They seem to just escape the infielders in a peculiar fashion. Maybe the spin of the ball. Hit it into the ground and then... Oh, you can't doubt Wazim Abbas's effort. Big air swing as he dives, though. There's that rolling off cutter. Simpson Parker happy to keep it out. I suppose the difference in T20 compared to ECN T10 cricket is just a little bit of fear of getting out comes in, doesn't it? So you just see the batters being a bit cautious, more cautious. Oh, bold. Well bowled. Didn't know whether to go forward or back there, MSP. Feet didn't really move. Good take from Afi Khan as well. And goes back to the kind of fast offie. So Malta, credit to them. They're being competitive. They fought their way back into contention. Takes it on. Another rolling cutter from Jassy. Only a single. Last ball of the over. Well, that one's actually bounced over the fielder. It's another rolling cutter that never bounces. Good running from Austria. They get back for 2. So in the end, no boundaries off that over. They do get 6 off the over, Austria. The score is 65 for 2. Jaspal, none for 16 off 3 overs. I'll be tempted maybe to bowl him out. If it's working, we saw him elicited a play and miss from MSP. You've got other options you can bowl later. I don't know. I'd probably just bowl him out. If it's going well, keep it going. Because he's been a real key component of Austria, of Malta fighting their way back into this contest. Prasath gets a second over. I suppose I'm also curious kind of how many risks these two are willing to take against someone like a Prasath. I mean, Field's back. You've got 5 outfielders in place. Do you take him on? And a big gap straight down the ground. Quicker one this time. Worked away for a single. Game's in a bit of a holding pattern right now. Take a while. Takes this on, hits it hard and too hard for the fielder. It's going to be 4. Classical shot from Raz. Pitched up. Fairly low risk shot. Hits it very correctly. Does Razmar Shigawal. Banged into the wall. This time, lucky for Shigawal, bounces just in front of Marks. Does well. Marks, he's down actually on the throw. Had a long day, David Marks. Played both games, opened the bowling in both. And closed out in that first game as well, but he just slipped as he threw that. I think he's okay. Takes on the pull this time and gets it. It was just too short that time, wasn't it? The pressure's relieved by MSP Maximo. Says Carreras. Good shot. He's powerful. Here's Mark Simpson Parker. Didn't want to mistime it because the fielder was lurking out there. But he didn't mistime it. And he's one of the shorter boundaries, as we said earlier. And then a single to finish the over. MSP will have the strike when we resume. And that's 10 overs down in the response in Austria. 79 for 2. So yeah, they're just ahead. I mean, obviously, 75, 76 would be the pace. They're ahead of that. I suppose you could argue they're managing it well. And Malta, taken a couple of good catches. And dropped a couple as well. So, to be fair, some have been pretty hard. You've got to realise, 15 degrees, probably slightly slippery ball because of the moisture that's still in the surface. You can understand it at times, but interesting finish coming up. Coming up after this, though, we're 3 hours away from a start in Coimbra, Miranda de Corvo to be exact, with the Coimbra Knights taking on the Lisbon Capitals in the first of 32 matches in our first night series of the year. You can join Phil G from the Estadio de Municipal de Miranda de Corvo tonight, 6 p.m. GMT, 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. Like I said, 3 hours and counting. Knights Caps tonight on ECN. Yeah, 6-team competition there in Portugal. Each team plays their opponents in a double header, so 10 matches before the finals. It's a pretty simple format. One is straight through to the final. They'll play the winner of 2 versus 3. It's amazing how much the percentages can change. I mean, that 6 that MSP hit kind of took Malta's chances from 30-odd% down to 15. But, it can change the other way as well. It's a long way behind Malta, but they'll be hopeful they can fight their way back and get something out of opening day. They're kind of diddled by the rain slightly, I suppose, earlier on against Hungary. We'll never know how that game would have played out. But if the rain had been, if they'd come off one ball earlier even, Malta would have split the points with Hungary. But because 5 overs had been completed, exactly 5 overs were completed in fact, the result stands. Jaspal is going to bowl out. I like this move because if you save him 1 over, you never know how he's going to bowl in that over. And the situation in the game's probably changed. So I agree with bowling him out here. It's funny that he only got 1 over earlier though. Now he's getting all 4. Okay, 10 overs to go in the day. Little bat dab from MSP. Beats the fielder, Abbas. Well, they're gonna get 2 here. I mean, they get 3 actually. That's great running from Razmal Shigawal. I mean, Abbas really, he looked a bit like an old age pensioner the way he went down for that. And granted, he's had a big day, he's had a long day, he's bowled a lot, but that hurts. It's almost as good as a boundary, isn't it? Just for this. Raz straight away, because he thought it was quick single, so he's already off to a good start. And then when Abbas overran it, he realised there was a chance for 3. So to get that kind of 7 and over, normally, it really helps if you get a boundary in the over. But really, a 3 is almost as good as a boundary. 3 and 1 start this 11th over. Eyes off the point region here. MSP, not able to get too much on it. The longer this partnership continues, the better Austria's chances get. Really good shot. Fielder's tested out there, and it's going to be 4. That time, that's Amar Sharma. It took quite an attacking route to the ball to meet it a fair way off the boundary, but maybe he could have used, kind of the extra distance if he'd run more towards the rope, because that ball was slowing down. But anyway, he basically kneecaps it across the rope for 4 runs. And let's take nothing away from the shot from Mark Simpson-Parker. It was a really good cover drive. Held his balance well, held his power well. 90-10 now. in the wind predictor. Maybe premeditated there. Often after you've driven a 4, you might think that the bowler will go a bit shorter and you're looking for it. I think that might have been the case there. MSP. And he's just looking for it. It was never there. In fact, it was quite drivable again. Punches this one off the back foot. So he's starting to find his feet here. Simpson Parker actually outscoring Shigawal at the moment. He's 22. And at the end of 11 overs, Austria 88 for 2. They're back at that kind of 8 runs per over pace. Just good enough to win them this game. Jaspal bowls out 4 overs for 25. Pretty good job, honestly. I think he's given them a fighting chance, but he needs a bit of help, doesn't he? Seen Eldos Matthew pick up a wicket. I don't know what it is. That's twice we've seen Malta bowlers taking a wicket in 1 over and not coming back. It was Jaspal Singh took 1 for 8 in the first game, never came back. And Eldos, well, time will tell if he's brought back or not here. But right now they're going with Prasath, who's also got a wicket to his name. Big wicket of Bilal Zalmai. Court reverse sweeping. More like it for Sharma. Had himself in the hot zone a couple of times in this innings. It's well bowled. Rafi held on to that a long time, hoping that there was going to be some sort of movement. I think he drags it. I don't think he ever actually lifts his foot there. Keepers will be keepers. It's probably just okay. That's the thing, Prasath, as a seamer that's converted to spin bowling. They're never that comfortable flighting the ball, for obvious reasons. He's not used to it. Oh, that was a miss hit, but he's going to get away with it. Really could have gone anywhere, but luck's in for MSP. Get a single. Yeah, but fast bowlers that go to slow, yeah, they're pretty uncomfortable tossing the ball up because they're used to, I suppose, trying to bowl as fast as they can, and they'll think that their stock ball is like a slower ball when the bowling spins. So to bowl an even slower seems a bit foreign. Prasath has done pretty well. Shigawal, 2 boundaries so far in his 17. That's the one that he tosses up, and it goes precariously close to the fielder. Out there at deep cover, it's Nias. Does pretty well to kind of smother it. He won't be able to prevent 2. Shigawal, he hasn't quite hit his straps yet. 1 crisp cover drive for 4. And that will take us to the end of the 12th over. So 91 for 2 after 12. 60 runs required off the last 48 balls. So yeah, they're right at 7.5 and over. Doesn't really give him a lot of breathing room, though, if something goes wrong, Austria. Here's Amar Sharma. Again, he's another one. He's bowling at the other end compared to where he bowled from before. Sharma, a real mixed bag earlier actually. Bowled some good balls, bowled some that got smashed, but just had that knack of picking up wickets, and it'd be very useful right now. Partnership developing between these two. It's already worth 33. 33 and 27 balls. A little bit longer, don't you, in T20 cricket to set your field. And I think the penalty isn't that much of a penalty. Come back to that in a second. And Sharma. The thing is, in T20 international cricket, if you haven't bowled your overs in time, and towards the end of the innings, you're forced to only have 4 outfielders instead of 5. So, okay, that's a bit of a penalty if you're trying to defend boundaries, but also, you know, sometimes that fielder in the circle works to your advantage. Yeah, sometimes you might take a catch with that fielder, otherwise he'd be back. The other thing is sometimes in game situations, you actually want infielders. If you're just defending a couple of runs in the last over, for example. Premeditated this time. Time to get your skates on. And we're wanting 3 here as well. Shigawal. Don't think he'll get it. Excellent chase. But yeah, Simpson Parker identified the gap in the field. Premeditates this, deep in the crease. Plays it pretty well. Yeah, so obviously we in ECN T10s we have the 5-run penalty or penalties. And we're strict. That's the other thing, we're strict. We're not going looking for allowances. We'll give allowances if they're actually there. One minute for a wicket and other things like serious injuries, yeah, sure. But you can actually see, for me, it's really clear where when there's consequences for not bowling your overs in time versus when the consequences are a bit softer. Because we have been running a fair bit over. Okay, there's been some situations today, injury to Prashar earlier, for example. That's hit pretty well down the ground. But, well, they're going to take on 2 here and they're going to get it. That's one thing about Mark Simpson Parker. Sometimes we call him the giraffe because it only takes him a handful of steps to get there. Better throw, I think, would have had him in trouble. Sharma couldn't gather it, even if he could. I think by the time he got the ball into the stumps, probably would have been safe. Direct hit would have been out for sure. I think that was more to do with Sharma not quite feeling comfortable in his run-up. Driven away. Can this one all plug slightly? Actually gets a friendly bounce that time. You never know. That'll be 4. Nice shot by Rasmus Shigawal. I thought this might just kind of plug, but to be honest, it retained a lot of its velocity. Hundreds up for Austria now. Jumps all over this shortish ball. And finds the gap, finds the boundary. Well, Austria, this phase of the game, it seems pretty crucial. Because the runs are flowing. Both these two in the 20s and looking fairly confident. End of the over. Sharma going for 13. In the 13th, the score now, 104 for 2. You can see that with the percentages. Malta down to just 3%. Prasad's going to bowl out here. And last roll of the dice here, I think. Need wickets, need him quickly, Malta. Simpson Parker goes after it, and he's going to be dropped. Really, probably wasn't the option to take on the long boundary there. But really should have been taken. It's been the same old story. Not an easy catch. I know he's on the move there, Wazim Abbas. But, yeah, misses out. I suppose, obviously Wazim's had a big workload today. Start to think, is there a better option down there? I suppose you have 5 outfielders, but yeah, those straight fielders so important. Yeah, sometimes you can't help things, but sometimes they're self-inflicted. And pick up and throw in the stumps, but again, should go safely home. Simpson Parker had a life earlier in the over. Gets a bit careful this time. Won't get a run. Oh, that one has been hit. It's been hit really well. Maximo onto the roof from MSP. Ticking in the middle order. If you drop good players at the international level, things have a way of coming back to bite you. And that one almost knocked out the satellite dish. If there's any bully pin reception, you know what's happened. That felt good, I think, off the bat of Mark Simpson Parker. And really, I think it's a tough road back here. I mean, credit to Malta. We know that Austria have some firepower that could have easily kind of given this up quicker, but yeah, now I think almost got it down to run a ball 39 or 38 with 8 wickets in hand. Should be winning from here. Look, cricket's a funny game, and games can change. Things can change pretty quickly, but it's just hard to see Austria kind of dropping the ball from here. Speaking of the ball, I think that one's going to have to be replaced. As it went over the roof. Might have actually been stuck on the roof. Obviously, you've got the T20 international officials there. Let's speak about the officials actually quickly. Got to say, yeah, big well done to Vinay Malhotra as well as Shanika Fernando and Venkatesh Sridhara, who've taken control of the proceedings today. So it's a bit more important as well in the T20 international format that you do get a ball that's comparable to the one that was just lost, although I don't know if anyone took one last look at it before it got lost. But yeah, you're looking for something about the same age. So about a 14 over ball. We go through plenty in the T10. I think we just throw what we can find. Within reason. No, actually that's not true. I think in the first over in T10 cricket, you do get a new ball again. And then there's a few that are kind of second and third over balls, and you've got kind of the rest where they're about the same. Because, yeah, the Grizzlies that we use in the T10s, they don't actually soften up too much. $14 overs down then, and Austria 113 for 2, needing 38 off the last 6 overs of the day. Ben Cattle, he's calling it, thinks that's got to be game. Well, time will tell, Ben. If I know anything about ECN, you probably don't want to turn off, because anything could happen, could have a big collapse. Remember, anyone that comes out for Austria, they wouldn't have had a hit yet. I mean, this is the first day of the season, basically, and you can train, and certain things you can do with indoor training. I know there's some practice nets here at Malta, but you're not able to get that kind of high quality training that you might be able to in some other countries in the world. Amar Sharma, get another over. That one's over pitched. Should get 2 here, knowing these two. They're going to go for it. Good throw, might be trouble. And even with a direct hit, he's going to make it. I mean, it was a good bit of fielding there, to be fair. Couldn't have done a lot more. The fielder hits one stump from the outfield. He attacks it, he picks it up one hand, he hurls it in to Chanjal Sudasanan. But you can see Simpson Parker, great judge of a run. And that's the thing, slightly longer boundaries, and they're a little bit longer on square, not a lot longer than ECS boundaries, but yeah, it's just extra. The outfielder being deeper, it's extra distance that ball has to travel. It allows you to maybe sneak back for a second. Had a question from Keffer on the chat asking, is there a T10 series in Austria this year? No, we haven't scheduled a European cricket series this year in Austria, and part of that reason, I suppose, is we've got 11 new locations for 2025 that we weren't at last year, 5 brand new and 6 that we're returning to. But I know that in the calendar we might have some more national cricket action from Austria. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Maybe some ECI and T20. So yeah, we'd hate to miss out on Austria altogether, but obviously it's not a knock on Austria. It's just there's so many locations we want to get to now, and it's hard to squeeze everyone in. And we saw that with Germany missing out last year, but they had plenty of series previous to that. Belgium have missed out the last couple of years, but they're back this year. So yeah, I'll certainly miss having the ECS there this year, but no, who knows? Still a slot which needs to be filled. I know that they've got some ideas of what we might do there. Might not be an ECS, might be something extra special that we're planning. But yeah, to all our friends in Austria, I'm sure there's plenty of you watching, and big hello. Down under a run of ball now. Required. Plays this pretty well, but straight to the fielder. And that slow turn that time from Sharma. Well, what can you do if you're the Maltese skipper here, Varun Prasath? Maybe you go back to, I'd be tempted to go back to Wasim Abbas, but he's looking a bit sore, but he's been your kind of go-to guy today. Pace on. You've also got kind of Elders Matthew taking 1 for 8, but you need that kind of, you need that fiery customer, maybe Abbas, to try and break this partnership, break the game open. Well, steps across. It's actually going to be a wide, and not just one wide either. Run a couple more. Actually, under T20 regulations, that might be a harsh call. He took a big step across. It probably went to where he was standing originally, so maybe a bit of a harsh one. Look, if you miss the leg stump, I suppose it's normally on you as the bowler. It wasn't a very well-directed delivery. If that was straight, might have been interesting. 3 runs nonetheless. Certainly got a few more ebbs and flows, doesn't it, the T20 format. Takes this on, tests the fielder, passes the test, Jaspal Singh. It'll take us to the end of the 15th over, and Austria 126 for 2. Well, if you're enjoying this, good news. It's only just the beginning, and tomorrow we'll continue with Austria, Hungary. Well, they've got plenty of history, don't they? Geopolitically speaking, they'll be taking on each other in match number 3 before Malta get another crack at Hungary in match 4. And so it starts at the same time, 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. You can join me, and you can join Tina Goff, who's joining the commentary booth tomorrow for day 2. So, 5 overs left, 25 runs to get for Austria. Yeah, Kath, I'm happy to provide you the answer. And yeah, I always feel sad when we don't get to go to places every year. Look, some places like Malta are kind of blessed, and it's to do with the weather, to be completely honest. Here in Malta, obviously they're great hosts, and There's no doubt about that. But, you know, the fact we can play in February, you know, it's just you can't play in February in Austria. If you're watching from Austria, you probably know that. I've relocated to Prague now for my times when I'm in Europe and I'm not on the microphone, and just because it's pretty central and it's similar weather to what you get in Austria at the moment, about 3 degrees. Takes this on, doesn't really get it. This should be out, and it's been caught. So they do go back to Abbas. I called it. You got to bring on your kind of strike bowler, your wicket taker. Eldos Matthew takes a good catch out there at deep square leg. Shigwell just never timed that. So I don't know, small window of opportunity. Still seems a long way off. But Abbas, he's run in like a thoroughbred today, hasn't he? Eldos Matthew did well. Take that on the run. Half in the shadows, half in the sun. And that partnership gets broken. Not before they put on 69 for that third wicket. Shigwell out for 35. Austria 127 for 3. But you do feel like that's the partnership that's really set up this win. Hello to Paul Horn. Nice to see you, Paul. And Paul's actually mentioned, yeah, Tina was on the Tail Enders podcast. That is true. She was great, wasn't she? Jimmy Anderson and the like. And, you know, talking about ECN and the fact she's joined the commentary team this year. Yeah, Paul, great to see you in the chat, and hopefully we can see more of you. So, new batters, Aki Iqbal, not a bad number 5 to come out. Oh, well, that's gone. First ball. It was full. Akib snuck across his stumps a little bit too far, and this looks absolutely plumb. And the nod came straight away from the umpire. And Abbas is on a hat-trick, and he does have a T20 international hat-trick. I called it at this ground during the Valletta Cup back in 2023. But this is full. I don't think that's missing. And obviously we don't have the great angle because we're behind. This kind of doesn't tell you too much, but you can see it hit him on the pad, like kind of the stump side of the pad as well. So Akib, after waiting for so long, is going to have the worst possible start to his season. And Abbas is on a hat-trick. And we haven't had a hat-trick so far in 2024. 2025, I should say. Probably not the last time I'll do that. Hat-trick ball. Wow, gets a bit careful. Arslan Arif comes out. So, does Austria have a case of the heebie-jeebies here? I like being right. I did say Abbas is the guy to come on and potentially crack a couple of wickets. Maybe give yourself a chance. I mean, Iqbal wasn't a set batter, but he's a very dangerous batter. Arslan flirts with this, and this is kind of what I said also. You've got guys coming out that haven't really batted. It's the first day of the season, so Abbas, well, he's got one more over, and there's 4 to go in the day. Austria 127 for 4. Beautiful afternoon. That's the thing, Malta weather is different. You never would have thought. We had quite a violent storm earlier, and it's almost like it never happened. Let's have a look at the worms. You can see they're pretty close together, aren't they? Yeah, so 15th, 16th over. They're hot spots for wickets, haven't they? All right, you need someone to follow up with a really good over now. They've gone for marks. So, interesting. They've gone away from Amar Sharma, 2 overs for 26. Also could have gone for Eldos Matthew in this spot, I think. Marks, he's been a bit hit and miss to date. 1 for 33 in the first game. Finished well, I suppose. Malta have just grown up to 5%. You've got to have a good over here. MSP's got a really big role to play here now. You can take the pressure off. Can be a bit selective. Just a runner ball required. So if you're Malta, you're trying to keep it below that runner ball. Here's the marksman. Right off the end of the bat from Simpson Parker. Abbas, he's running up the mountain. He is. Well, he's not going to get there. I think that's hit the rope. And, yeah, so close to getting there, was he, Abbas? Bit of luck there for MSP. He's had the luck on his side so far in this innings. It's always great when the cricket gods are looking after you. End of the bat. Look at Abbas here. He tries to go all stomp on it, I think. Stomps it. And then stomps it and just kind of kisses the rope. 4 runs. That makes it hard to defend 6. Still, you just got to try and close that gap again between runs required and balls remaining. 20 off 23 now. Only dot balls or wickets will do that. They bring the field up in the offside. They've got 4 in the circle from cover to point, to backward point to short third. And it's been dropped. Oh, straight to Sharma. I was just talking about those 4 fielders there in the offside arc. And Sharma, he dropped one earlier that was kind of lasered at him. This one, really, at this level, it's not a bullet. I mean, it was hit okay, but Simpson Parker very lucky to survive. Well, some of the Maltese fielders have had the ball following them today. Jaspal Singh's one, Amar Sharma's another. And Reef will get off the mark now with a single. Any slim hopes, you think, go down with that catch for the Maltese fans. Hello to Shalin, saying nice to see me back after holidays, and lots of love to you, Shalin. Really nice of you to comment. Hope you're having a great day, great night watching the cricket. Slower ball, goes after it, hits it very well. Into the gap, 4 runs, Simpson Parker. Now, he's had more lives than a Cheshire cat, and he's smiling like one today. MSP, that's his go-to shot. Holds his shape. Very clean swing of the bat. Malta. Oh, it's one of those things that only got themselves to blame, really. Toiled hard. Middling kind of total, the 150. I think it's probably 10 to 20 short of what par is here. I think 170 for me if your batting's clicking. There's your par. MSP on 48. Well, he might go for 2 here. No, he won't. He doesn't think it's worth the risk right now. Oh, still not going to get another. So 49 now. Marks. Nice little clip away from Arslan. Thinking of 2. Probably not on. He has to scramble back. And it's the end of the over. So yeah, dropped opportunity in the over. A couple of boundaries. 1 earned, 1 probably unearned. But 12 off it. That's twice what they really needed. And it's 139 for 4 after 17. Dave's asking how many drop catches. Well, can't really tell you. You'd have to do the sums yourself. So, yeah, probably 4 or 5. Something like that, I imagine. That's Saqib. Good question. What do you think about Janan Gelzai coming next? Yeah, well, we haven't seen him yet. That's one thing. They're not running out of batting, really. Gelzai's on a streak of 5 ECS 50s. We did see Gelzai playing for Austria in the T10 last year, but we haven't seen him in a T20 International before. It's his debut. Abbas, last roll of the dice. Edge doesn't carry. Jaspal does the fielding. Can you close that gap again? I'd say it's unlikely. The gap's 5, 12 off 17. Have to be a miracle kind of a finish for Malta from here. The miracles happen. I'll get one. Simpson Parker. He's been dropped a couple of times by himself, hasn't he? He's faced 36 balls for his 49, 3 4s, 2 6s. He looked a little bit kind of proppy when he first came out, but he's grown into his innings. Simpson Parker on 49. That'll be his 50, and he's earned it. A half century that puts Austria in a very good position. An MSP. See how much it means to him to pull on that red shirt of Austria. Shirt that both his parents wore. Runs in the family. And you can see, just taps the badge and warmly received by his teammates. Running out of time, running out of runs now, Austria. And I think when you talk about kind of genuine European-born cricketers that have played all their cricket in one country, a couple of names come to mind. And I'm going to exclude the Netherlands as far as this goes, and probably Denmark as well, which are two teams that have been a bit more recognised at times. But Mark Simpson Parker in Austria, Christian Munoz Mills in Spain. They're the two names I think that come to mind in this generation. That's a good finish from Abbas, who certainly has bowled his heart out here. This might be a situation, might have cracked his bat. That's a good Yorker. Short and wide, goes after it. Probably just a single out there. Question from Charlene. Have I tried Mr. Bale Bale food? Have I tried Rico's food? You know, Rico now, unfortunately, well, maybe fortunately for us, but he doesn't have the restaurant anymore now that he's commentating full time. And the one time I could have potentially gone, I just ran out of time. Didn't have any transport to get there. It would have been about a 2-hour drive, but I was willing to do it. So I have tried Rico's cooking, but not in his restaurant. He has cooked for us a couple of times at the Sunset Beach. He's had a party in his room and we've been invited, and I've got to say, he's a brilliant cook. So, yeah. Still, if the shop ever comes back, and hopefully I can get a table. End of the 18th over, 144 for 4. Still batting to calm. There really is no genuine number 11 in that Austrian lineup either. I mean, you could send any of those 5 guys in next and you'd be confident they could do a good job. Yeah, but thanks for the question, Charlene. Appreciate it. Mr. Saqib's a big fan of Janan, big fan of his style. Well, you might have to wait for tomorrow at this stage because just 7 runs required. We will go to a 19th over. As we say in T20 cricket, it all happens in the 19th. Here's the marksman, David Marks. Oh, it's going to be a wide, it's a close call. In T10, the regulations go right now. It's probably just okay because I think it gets a little bit of the wide, but at T20, I think it's a bit more of a grey area. Kind of, I think if you don't have any of the ball inside the line, I think you're normally in trouble. It's a bit more of an umpire's judgment call. It was pretty well bowled. So your only way back in is dot balls and a lot of them. There's one of them. The other thing is Simpson Parker, if it's really there begging to be hit, he'll hit it. But otherwise, I think he's smart enough to know he doesn't need to take any risks. So if you bowl him a good ball, you might respect it. He might block it back to you at this stage. Austria, 6 required. They can win this game with 1 swing of the bat. Again, punches it. There's another dot ball. Oh, Malta, when they go back and look at this, if they do, they'll think, if only we'd been able to get him earlier. Drop some easy ones, drop some tough ones. But in the end, this is international cricket, and drop catches cost you matches. Ah, that could be it, you know. It will be it. Maximo! Game, set, match, Austria. Mark Simpson-Parker with 57 not out, steers his country home. It's a winning start for Team Austria in season 2025. It's a tough start for the home nation. They go down twice on opening day. And Austria will get the win with 9 balls to spare. Simpson-Parker, like I said, he was dropped. He certainly rode his luck and made Malta pay for those missed opportunities. But yeah, Austria, they've got to be favourites. I think you look at the rankings, they're 47 in the world, and you compare that to the 71 of Malta and to the 75 of Hungary going into this series. But yeah, excellent innings. Malta tried their hearts out, but they just caught a little bit short, weren't they, in the end? Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the last innings of the day. At 151, seemed a little bit under to me. But we saw some pretty close calls early, didn't we? And they had Zishan Arif out there, Bilal Zalmai is going to town. Trying to make the most of this power play. That was when the reverse did work out. It was a very inventive stroke. Zishan Arif, though, just mistimed this top edge, flew to Nias Mohammed, who we never actually saw get a bowl in the end. And then that one was taken. That was the reverse that went wrong. And yeah, for Austria, though, they do have a long batting order, that's for sure. And they didn't need to use all of it. They had to use a fair proportion of it in the end. Mark Simpson-Parker was dropped, not just once either. But he made the most of those opportunities. You can see that frustration for Varun Prasad. Sudasanan did his best to try and manufacture something from the outfield, but his partnership between Chigual and Mark Simpson-Parker was very, very influential in the end. Chigual went down, just missed timing. A clip to square leg. Wasim Abbas was brought back to try and pull the miracle off, and for a while looked like he might do it, especially when he got the Austrian captain first ball, caught plumb in front. Disappointment for Aki Iqbal, but I'm sure we'll see more of him this week. Mark Simpson-Parker, though, a cool head for Austria. Just kind of stayed on his game. I think he was selectively aggressive. Probably not quite in top touch yet, but yeah, the signs are there. That was his 50. Brought up, taps the badge. And he's got Austrian blood coursing through his veins. And then with 6 to win, he steps across to Marks and puts it over the fence. Into the jungle. Game, set, and Maximo. And Austria off to a winning start, joining Hungary on 2 points on the table. And I think with the net run rate, that they probably actually go ahead. I'm not so sure actually. I'm not sure actually. Hungary, because it was a 5-over game, maybe they're still ahead. But anyway, I can tell you they're tied on 2 points. Looking at the scorecard, all the top 4 making starts. 20s for Bilal Zalmai and Zishan Arif at the top of the order. Chigual 35, pretty important just to keep things on track. Mark Simpson-Parker top scoring with 57 off 41 balls. Hassan Arif making an appearance just before the target was achieved. Bowling wise, well, Wasim Abbas, I think, was pound for pound the best bowler for Malta today. He took 2 for 21 off the 4 overs. Eldos Matthew, this time with the 1 for 8 off 1 over. They didn't go back to him. Prasad did take the wicket in his 4 over spell. Sharma, still a little bit off at times, but did have some success earlier on. marks. They went back to him. Maybe could have gone for Eldos Matthew, but in the end, I think Austria probably about 20 short of par, and they're not quite enough to extend the Austrian batting far enough. So there's the match summary of match number 2. Malta not out of it yet, still have 2 matches, and you still could have a situation depending on what happens where all teams might be 2-2. But certainly Malta, it's a long way back from here if they're to challenge for this tri-series. Don't forget that we will be back tomorrow as well, and Tina will be with me tomorrow and really for the rest of this international series. So Austria versus Hungary, match 3 tomorrow. First time those two have locked horns. Winner will go to the top of the table and be in prime position to take this tri-series. Malta, they've got some time to reassess. They've got the morning off, come up with some tactics. Malta taking on Hungary in match 4. You can join me and Tina tomorrow from the Master International Cricket Ground, 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 in India. But don't forget, there is cricket coming tonight, and we're about 2.25 hours away from the start in Portugal, where the Coimbra Knights will take on the Lisbon Capitals. Phil G is standing by. The first of 16 nights. So the lights go out, the creatures come out there at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Córdoba. I just want to say a quick thanks to everyone. It's been my first day of the season, but of course we're up and running. The ECN machine is locked, it's loaded. It's going to be our biggest season yet. Big thank you to everyone in the chat, to all the players, officials, everyone, whether you're here at the Master International Cricket Ground or watching out there on YouTube. Been great to see you all. Quick goodbyes, Paul Horn there, as well as Der Siraj. And Der Siraj watching from Austria, Thomas Martinez, Dave B's been here all day, Steve McVeigh as well, and anyone I might have missed, Shalene, Saqib, and Rubber Jim, to everyone else. Thanks so much for your company. So that's one in the book. There's plenty more to go though. We'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, don't forget to check out the new look ECN website, europeancricket.com. Check out our social media, some great stuff going on there, as well as we count down to the Western Shield and of course the ECL, as well as these wonderful tournaments in Malta and Portugal running concurrently over the next couple of weeks. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Great to be back in the chair. Stay happy, stay safe. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow for more action right here from Malta. Enjoy these best bits of opening day here of this Malta T20I Tri-Series. But for now, it's hasta mañana.